Hello, hello. How are we doing today? Hey, hometown. How you doing? We have a lot to do today. We have the patch notes poly in a couple of hours. The Arc build needs to be finished, and maybe Warden if we have time. There is a chance the patch notes will be kinda late today, because they shut down the BTS just like a couple hours ago. It's way later than usual. I don't know if that affects the patch notes, but hopefully not. Hey, Mr. Pink. How are you doing? Yesterday we did the Camel tournament. That was fun. Just watching some reactions, like the other votes from the other streamers. Good to see things from the like other points of view as well. I guess we stop on the Arcanist. Gonna try the no Roxa approach. Just see if we can sustain that. Can try it without Magma and with Magma, and if I can sustain, just back to Roxa, I guess. Hey, Shotgun, how you doing? Am I? Not bad, not bad. Just chilling. Waiting for the patch notes, kinda. But we have some experiments to do before then. Wait, is this a new one? This might be a new one. I'm collecting all the music boxes. Stuck in Palworld. Heard good things about that. I played in early access, but that was like years ago at this point. It's probably been polished and improved quite a bit. Galia, thank you for the sub, and thank you for the follow as well. Thank you. Much appreciated. Hope you're doing great. I think I'll just queue into a BC. Well, I can switch from YouTube to Twitch. To Twitch. Oh, I see. That's better, you like it. Yeah, maybe I'll try it at some point. It's kind of like the new Pokemon apparently. People are paying crazy amounts for the like physical, like the Palworld, like Pokemon cards and whatnot. I saw some Twitter post about it. Someone paid 8,000 or something like that for one of the cards. That's crazy. Nintendo must be fuming. No, I saw what I'm testing, right? So I'll keep the Yorwolves and the Spattering. But this time Spattering's double bar. And the... there's no more set obviously, so we have the One Piece Trainee at the moment and Otestron. So there should be more damage. But a little bit less sustain. Probably a lot less sustain. We'll see. They have in-game grind and stuff now. Well, that's good. There wasn't much of that when I played 2 or 3 years ago, something like that. It's probably more of like a finished game nowadays.
Victory will be ours.
I should check the sigils. Oh, never mind. Let's wait for the team. I don't know what sigils they got, but maybe draw some aggro here. Keep in mind I have the rune guard on the back bar, just need to remember that. I think it did fire earlier. Whoa, some big lag. I have 10 FPS. That's not good. This is kinda unplayable at the moment. The 16 FPS, 20 FPS. I hope it's not the new stream settings I have. I might have to try and fix this somehow. Little handicap, yeah, just a little one. Okay, it's back to normal, just some spike, I guess. Weird. Sustain is a bit sketchy, but... I can always do the heavies with the Sauron Ball. It's mostly stam sustain. Use the offensive ult here. Normally want to use the bubble, but... I can get a heal from that. It's kinda manageable to sustain. I save my teammate again. Yabu is not the right target. Let me go for the DK here instead. Gonna bubble. Do the low health hopefully. Kill a bot here. The bubble's gonna break. It's gonna be big damage afterwards. I am gonna wait this out. Could have broken it towards the end, but no point. Oh, give me that. Thank you.
We've got them on the run.
Another bubble if needed. Okay, the ult is not gonna do much there. Don't need it though.
You shall be vanquished.
LS is more gonna bubble here, so just stay in the fight. Can wait this out again. Should be doing more heavies, but needs less time to do damage.
Should we go again?
Okay, well, GG. GGG. Splitton release. What's going on? Some giga lag there. Not sure why. Was it some add-on or was at the start, right? I wish there was some way to know why the frames go down. That's Likahyden. Dalkev okay for this Arcanist build? Maybe, but you'll have to run a different Mundus. If you do Dark Elf, Poly Atro in that case. With no Serpent, because I'm Wood Elf on this one. Maybe need more stamina sustain on the build. It's possible. That's Erahyden. It does recover kind of fast. It's just that you spend it really fast. Shroom plates are kinda expensive. Yeah, you'll need to. You can always like kind of make up for what you lose from playing a certain race. So, for example, if I'm Wood Elf on this one, what do I get? I get the stem regen. This is the same as stem regen Mundus. Just change that to Serpent, and you should be good to go. I don't know how I should feel about that SOS push the class rework back to 2027. It's disappointing. I know why they do that. Like, they probably have it ready, but they have to push things to next year because they won't have anything to release next year if they release it now. So, like, keep in mind that the Warden and the Trial, for example, those were gonna be on this BTS, so that means they were almost done. It's just that they work in layers, right? They don't just work on the next patch, but the one after that, and the stuff in the next patch, because of the layoffs, is far behind schedule. So the things we would have gotten next year are things that we probably get in 2028. And things we would have gotten late this year is things we would get in... Are things that we will get in 2027 instead. About the build, ready to share? I'm not sure. I need to do more BGs. I wanna judge based on one BG. Hey Mokka, how you doing? There's no guarantee the rework will be good too, but you have to keep adjusting. I mean, it gives them more time to adjust things over the next few months, so... We'll see. Hopefully it turns out alright. It's sad we don't get it this year, but... kind of was to be expected when they did the layoffs. I said when that happened, there's gonna be delays, things are gonna be slower. And what do you know, that's the case. Kind of Arcaprom, you only have 2 skills to cast them, but you run out of stam real fast. Yeah, normally you'd have Vigor, but in this case you have the Burst Heal, which is not level. The Burst Heal and it is spammable. We can off your builds update 50, which are on your website. It's a very good idea. It's a very good idea. Those are all tested and ready. The builds on the website. Instead of hope store, just no expectations. Yeah, I mean, it's a good approach. Like, what can we do as players? Like, nothing really, right? Just gotta... There's a saying, I forgot what the saying was. Just go with the flow, basically. No, you thought you'd get my sigil. Not on my watch. Okay, I think we go upstairs. Try to lure some of them potentially. Yoink. Oh, give me that. Thank you. You like damage sigil. Also having to sprint a lot is a bit of a stam sustain problem. I have to always stop for the stam regen tick basically. Okay. Be disengaged here. Okay, the bubble's gonna break. I'm dead here. Should I disengage? I think maybe not dead yet. No, it's not enough sustain. I think with Roxa maybe I'd survive there. That's the problem. Or if I change the Mundus and whatnot, collect Serpent instead of the Warden. I can spam more. Yeah, I probably have to go Serpent. Maybe Magma as well. Drop a little bit of the max health. It's gonna affect the shield sizes and whatnot, but... What can you do? What can you do? Sustain is not where it needs to be. The thing actually went off. Wasn't gonna ult there. Oh well. Wait. So I didn't have the... there's a beam from someone. I didn't have the rune guard up. I feel like this is playable though, sustain wise. Like you shouldn't be forced to bot to sustain. Bot should be there for the emergencies. lose my bubble here, so we need to disengage, and I have no stam left. I can't play this is fucking garbage at the moment. Actual fucking garbage. Just unplayable. Go switch to Serpent, and I think we do Magma as well. But is it even worth it at that point? Why not just Roxa? Do I gain that much from the Vatas run? 6% damage, something like that. Two minutes, there's almost nothing there. It's mostly like mid-range, ranged kind of fights. %, huge. Oh well. This impen should be reinforced, but we do this and change the Mundus as well. Could also do that. It's actually more Mag Drain than Stam Drain. I'm just constantly out of both though. No, PP feels a bit boring at the moment, just release his orc with also desync. What desync? DK Corrupt Pull Bomb or desync Onslaught again? It's, oh okay, I know what you mean. It's not really desync, it's just the server being really laggy. It happens in Zordil, doesn't happen in BGs. But what you're saying is that you don't see the animation, like your character just splat on the ground and like you're walking around, but your character's actually dead already. It's just the Zordil. A person werewolf with no damage. Yeah, I don't know how werewolves have no damage. It's like, how do they manage? I can do 50k health and have damage, like crazy amount of damage on werewolf. Then you see like 30k health wolves that do nothing. So like how? The MJ, how you doing? DK been nerfed at all? I haven't played since the layoffs. Nope. It's not been really too many changes. Do you find the overhealing constant enough to make use of the class mastery that gives the major force buff? No, I don't think it's worth. Don't have enough crit sense to really like outweigh this passive. You could consider this one. The one that gives you full crux after ulting and weapon spell damage. But the problem is that it doesn't buff the bubble damage. Which is kind of what I try to build around on this build. Can do some pretty decent damage with the bubble. But you have to be tanky enough, have enough max health to actually like be able to play after using the bubble. And that's the problem at the moment. I think we do Atro. It's gonna be less max health, but if I'm in that kind of situation, I wouldn't be able to just spam this basically with your wolves and not run out of Magicka in 2 seconds. Or I do Lover, which should be more damage than the Lord Mundus I had. If we kill faster, then we also need less resources, right? I could try that too. a bit more pen. Because we're gonna lose a little bit by not having the possession. We have 23k. It's not a lot. It's not a lot. Hey Joe, how you doing? Back in the day, 30k HP was a tank build. Those were simple times. Nowadays, 30k health is low health. 40k is the standard. If you have 50k, then 50k plus, then you're gonna like a tank at that point. Yeah, Infinite, how you doing? Judging by how Werewolf was also super buffed, they will buff all classes to DK and Werewolf level. Yeah, I hope so. It's just gonna take a long time, so hopefully in the meanwhile they adjust the class masteries on the weaker classes and stuff like that. Can't do anything, I just need to know what you do on Werewolf. I think a lot of people, like, the main issue is that, well, besides the, like, building low max health, but the other main issue on Werewolf that I think people struggle with is understanding the power of your spammable. So I see a lot of people just being forced on defense, like they're holding block and like spamming the burst heal, when you don't need to do that. You can just be offensive and heal at the same time. Just be like doing constant pressure. But I think a lot of werewolves don't know that. I guess the most advantage on both the durability under pressure damage among other classes in the game. I think, personally, I think it's easier to 1vx on Werewolf than on DK. You can 1v1 equally well on Werewolf, I think. More or less. So for me it's even easier on Wolf, but DK is obviously like is the either the strongest or the second strongest if you value Werewolf highly like I do. It's still up there. Okay, let's see if this feels better. Devil, how you doing? What can you say with your HP pool then? It was like 20k, 30k wolf. I wish that was the like how you're supposed to play werewolf. To like super high damage, mobile, hit and run. It kind of fits the idea of a werewolf better. But because of the health scaling, it's just not optimal. 21k health, damn. Squishy. Not optimal, but super fun. Yeah, I mean that's always the most important thing, is that you have fun. Another deathmatch. HP scan is mainly a necro thing, but sticking with 40k plus HP can be played on any class. No, HP scaling is on every class. Apart from Nightblade and Warden. Every other class has class masteries that scale based on max health. Although you don't need to do it on Sork, you can go for max magic as well. Because the class masteries are actually worth it, but Templar... Actually, does Arca have health... Arca has health scaling with the skills, so you're gonna have to go for those, but... Yeah, it's a mess. Can I ult here, or should I done the... I should probably done the other ult. Yeah, I should have done the other ult. Could have actually stayed in the fight there. This negate is annoying. Someone beam in, just focus that one. I might over-sustain the Magicka now though, because we have the Roxa and... I didn't go Atra though. I'm gonna do the other ult now, maybe the... we could have gone for the T-beam there, but I feel like I do more damage with the bubble if it breaks. Which it usually does. Like now it does break. And I have to spam the rune wood until we can recover somehow. It's taking too much damage. Taking way too much damage. I'm very out of boss too. Need the armor buff back. But yeah, I need the Roxa for sure. The previous build I would have died there. This is the beamer, right? Is he gonna jump down? No. It's also a sniper. And they also have a healer, because he just get healed. Okay, let's do bubble damage, or not. Let's get fucking focused again. I'm dead. Still run out of resources here. Like, what are you supposed to do, man? If even Roxa is not enough sustain. Hey, Kumi. Am I annoyed at the, like, Arcanist? So I don't know what to do on it. I should probably have an ice stuff, but... Was the sword on board was really good when I tested things. Is he gonna beam in with the bubble, but... You just can't survive shit. They are kinda stacked here, but... Like, the problem is that every time I go for the bubble... Like, the bubble breaks, but I'm not in a position to do damage with it. Like here, for example, it does nothing. It just does fucking nothing there. Bubble insta breaks and... Absolutely nothing. Because I think things are just getting out-healed, right? It says I hit people for 10k with the bubble. But it's just all getting shielded. It's just all getting shielded. Just have one healer in the opponent team. And then you can survive. Like, if you could survive, it would be fine. Because I should never die here on any other character. Like any other actual build. Fuck it, I'm just gonna do the offensive ult then. I blocked that. I fucking blocked that and still lands. So stupid, man. So stupid. They don't know. Let's see some of them. Is he out of stamina or what? Bubble Hawk. Spoken TSS is not anymore.
Never yield! We cannot let them prevail!
I just hate this gonna be this. And I am out of stats there. Great, so fun. super fun. Like some semi-fucking bulk group with a healer, just all sticking together. You can't do shit. Oh, fun. I guess I need to just redo the whole fucking build again. Well, some DK would already have fucking want speed here. Just AoE them down, because you actually have some fucking damage on DK. I have to go for a bubble, there's no offensive time ever. Werewolf good for BGs? Yes, Werewolf is good for anything. It was the most broken thing in the game at the moment. What's pitäisikö? I just don't know what to do. Like, I've tried so many fucking things on Arcanist at this point. It just feels like you never have survivability to stay in fights. Even against like plebs. Like people spamming snipe and beaming and shit. You can stay in the fights. Like, what the fuck are you supposed to do on this class? Like we even had some barrier, random barrier from someone at some point. And it's not enough. Period. Blood for Blood is not gonna help with the survivability. Like damage I'm semi-fine with, but I don't like the survivability at all. Survivability and sustain, like sustain, well they kinda go hand in hand, right? As long as you can sustain, you can survive, but when you have like 5 people on you, you just run out of resources and die. I mean, it does help with sustain, yeah, but I don't want to do BFB. I'm gonna do that on Warden. Because that also means no class set. Probably means no your wolves and just playing the same shit as like that you can play on like every class. So it's only OP because shield stacking and resource sustain. Shield stacking is not that good. Like it's good for surviving, but if you want to have a good build that also kills good players, you're better off without shield stacking. Shield stack Sork equals 3k DPS Sork in duels. It's not that amazing. And Sork is not OP, like Sork is behind Werewolf and DK. It's still fine, like Sork is alright. It's better than like Templar and Necro and Nightblade definitely and Arcanist and Warden, but it's not DK or Werewolf. Stupid damage, but just folded. It's the only way to play Werewolf way back then. Yeah, they just changed things entirely in the last patch with the Werewolf rework. Are not zeroing you with Werewolf burst when you had 1k more CP than I did? It was like five times before. Maybe I remember that. I have a faint memory of that. Starlink, how you doing? Running here since Raids though in max Magicka base, not them. Right. What the more heal sustain. You can do that, but you also want to have some stamina because the stam restore of the heal is based on your stam pool. What is better, having more resistance or having more HP from Mundus? Well, the idea with the HP Mundus, with the what I had previously, was that that equals bigger bubble. And bigger bubble equals more damage with it. But if I can't stay in the fight after bubble, then the bubble does nothing. I need to find a way to be tanky enough. Like without bubble as well. I think HP in BDs and lots of people with 20k onslaught. I could try also, what about Bloodspawn? That's tankiness and ult sustain, so I can have the next bubble a lot earlier. Maybe Bloodspawn angle. Also gives us some stam sustain. Bloodspawn and Atro instead of the lover. That could be it. Just need to bank that. I didn't save the BG. Uh, 20k onslaughts, you can do those, Joe, at the moment. Onslaught is very, very strong. On Werewolf I hear mixed statements on the weapon passives not working, except the bow passive. Gives expedition after you roll. Did notice at least a 300 weapon damage increase using dual maces instead of bow, so does it matter so it does matter a little bit. Yeah, it does. You also get 2 enchants. Double is better than bow, because you get the extra stats. I don't know why you get the extra stats. Sounds a little buggy, but because you don't get the passive that gives you weapon damage based on your offhand weapon. That does not work in Werewolf, but you get some more like natural weapon damage from dual wield. That's not mentioned anywhere. It's really weird. Kumi, how you doing? Alright, I did say hi earlier. Sorry, still scrolling down the chat. Need to bank the Bloodspawn. It's taking a longer break. Would love to see what the Werewolf can do in PGs. It's extremely broken. From what was nerfed, and I'll never be reverted. It's one of the most like nonsense changes they made. I don't know why they had to nerf Rune Ward at all. There's no buff the other one. Like the other ones would restore Magicka, not be free when you have 3 crocs, but actually restore Magicka. And it wouldn't be broken.
Hello there.
Can do crazy damage, all to death for crazy heals, move faster than anyone else can do. Fortunately for Archer to be somewhat competitive, I think you need the broad meta things on like Mazok, Thriving Chaos and Blood for Blood. But I don't see how those would survive in the previous PG. Like you would not take that fight with those sets, but like you do better in 1v1s. But I want to be able to brawl in BDs. I don't think you'd ever try to 1v5 there when they have a healer. But I can do that on my Plar, for example, and on my Necro, because they're tanky enough. Just trying to get to the same point on the Arkham. Glass Master on Arkham? No, it's not. I think the Arkham Master is pretty good. I think those are fine. Where are these locked? And also the problem with the Blood for Blood is that if I want to have that playstyle with Mazok and Blood for Blood, I can play the exact same way on Sork. And it's just better. That's the main issue with it. Because if you use Blood for Blood as a sword, you don't even drain your health. It's literally a free spammable. And I think you get more or less the same damage, except with more sustain and streak and like better skills overall. Runeplays are looking cooler. It's like a mid-range playstyle that I wanna try to keep. Because I think that's one strength that Arcanist would have over like Sork and other stuff is that you can play mid-range.
Greetings. Let's do some business.
Should have made a Runeblade scale with whatever your highest resources. That's exactly how they work. What do you mean? It's just that they're too expensive. More importantly, Runeblade should have a higher chance to proc its status effect. Ridiculously low at the moment, which is paradoxical for a class having passive boost status effects in the same tree. And a set that boosts status damage. It's kinda funny because like you would get more damage out of Crushing Shock, but you need the Runeblades to reduce the cooldown on this one. It's a bit of a dilemma. Actually missed the Master Dual post nerf on your Arcanist. It was basically a dueling build, but did okay in open world PvP. And not just way too squishy. Definitely rough trying to survive on Arcanist if you're going damage. Yeah, if you're outnumbered. I think in duels you can survive fine. Well, fine is I don't know if I would use that word, because I think you're tankier on Templar, based on my testing, and on like Necro and obviously Decay and Sork, but it's the outnumbered situations that I need to somehow fix. If you had a good stun, everything would change. If you had an unblockable, undodgeable stun, or like some AoE stun. Imagine if this was AoE. If this was AoE and not so easy to counter with that dodge roll, and it gave crit. Because you also need the Major Savagery and Prophecy here. That would fix so many things. Won't want to be 5 there, but in those big group fights, Thriven gives Masok plus Tentacle can 100% kill people, even through healers. Yes, it is a lot of damage, but I think the bubble is also a lot of damage if you can stay in the fight. It has a lot of potential. I think a lot of unexplored potential. Do we drop the lower? I think we do. I think we need the Atro now for sure. I think it's gonna be more sustained than Roxov ever was, right? For Magicka. Roxas 70 and then you get the it's like 210 from the 2PS. Yeah, also Antelope, how you doing? Blood for Blood, Driving Chaos. Maras? I mean, Maras could be interesting. It's something I tried, or something I thought about. And if this doesn't work, Maras is the next step, unfortunately. I think Mara back bar, sword on board. In that case. Is battering front. I think we keep the Bloodspawn in that case. But I like the Yorwolves a lot. Let's try Twice Fanged. Simplicity thing keeps longer duration and applies stage effects by a longer period. But what does that have to do with Twice Fang? I don't think you can go like full damage and expect to survive on Arcanist. Yeah, Fubi, how you doing? Wolfseed knockback, out to CC break, might be able to stack 2 flails. So Wolfseed here instead of T, but then you lose a lot of damage, I think. Because there's no damage attached to it. Can have the plus 2k maybe, but... Actually plus 2k on Tentacle is not bad. Yeah, I could try that. I could try that as well. It's also more sustain on the front. Oh, there was a reason why I couldn't do it. It's because it makes the... I think it makes the Mac pool higher than the stem pool. Or maybe not. Maybe not actually. Not on the Wood Elf character. On Dark Elf it did. Oh, I already have it. With Crux, I won't use Crux gen though. What's up, Terakon? Rallying Cry on Arcanist is terrible. You don't have enough heals to pocket. It's not really that good nowadays. Rally was nerfed quite a bit. It's alright on Blar, for example, but... Not sure about using it on Arca. I'm just gonna yoink this, fuck it. And bubble here. To weave off everything. The bubble is blocked. But I don't think they did a lot of damage to me, so... Not a full value bubble there. It's probably one of those PGs, super one-sided. The Conti idea, I don't hate that one. Could do Conti into Tentacle, just get like plus 4k proc on it basically. It's just melee range, that's only downside, but... You can't really do that because of the melee range. So if you're chasing someone and trying to land your shot, it's a bit harder. Giga BJ. Doing good thing about deleting Yeso. Oof. Been there a few times. Now hopefully there's some good patch notes today. Can I just cast this up there? Oh. Wow. Does 2k even work? Doesn't work on Crescent. Doesn't scale. How many people do you hit with it? I think it only applies to the first target you hit. I thought it worked on Crescent as well. I'll test it. What about then Dot Arcanist? This is a Dot Arcanist. That's also why I like the idea of having the build so stun. Zero Kaiden. Today's BTS patch notes will help you decide. Yeah, should get those in a couple of hours, I think. You could also have the damage reduction from Conti. BTS notes have dropped, have they? Really? It's very early if they did. What's a Pasmo? See, do we get debated? No, we didn't get debated. They're actually out. Damn. Okay, well, it is time. It is time. Do I test this really quick? I'll test this really quick and we do the patch notes after. I need to mentally prepare myself at the same time. So, we just stack up the tentacle here. Easy test. 16.5. Now we do the same, except with the Conti 18.1, so it doesn't gain the extra damage. Okay. That's sad. I think it used to work at some point. They must have removed that. I'm gonna get kicked anyway, so I'll just quit the game and log back in after patch notes. And I'll also post the music here. Wait, did I miss anything? Officer's knockback proc at the start of the cast or after it already deals damage. It's at the start of the cast. I'm pretty sure I'll test it again. Build an Arcanist with subclass Templar and Zork. Ooh, I don't think subclassing is good on anything at the moment. Would not recommend. I think you lose too much without class masteries. Okay, so focus on update 51, bug fixes. We have the rumor system, High Seas of Tamriel, there's a typo here, small I. Supposed to be. Wow, I should get some water before this. I'll be right back. Okay, now I can be yapping a lot more. So we don't get the Nova Vault or the solo dungeons. I wonder if we get the monster sets. Quality of life improvements. A long requested video effects adjuster. This is a really good one. It tunes down the visual effects, which I'll probably use that. I have some builds that just they look like Christmas trees, basically. So yeah, the 3-way BGs return, as they said. There is changes. I wonder if it's more than the metal changes. Some class adjustments. Broader combat tweaks to bring skills in line with other combat systems. For example, we have some listed changes on how some skills interact with items like stealth. Okay. Knifeblade nerf. Of course. I'm calling it now, but maybe they actually buff stealth. Like maybe there's a chance they actually buff it. Because it does need buffs. Like stealth gameplay is terrible in PvP right now. This also can be guessed while no spoilers. Destiny, how you doing? If so, that's interesting. That's actually very interesting if they make it so. So the rumor system, okay, we already read that. Rewards. 300 trade bars. Is there any new sets from the High Seas event? No word of that. Oh, hybridization and alchemy improvements. Takes another major step towards forward on hybridization. Our focus with this update is unifying redundant major and minor buffs, hybridizing and updating alchemy, updating original class passives, and finishing the hybridization of Mundus stones. So they already talked about this in the one of the live streams they did. Brotherly now provides both weapon and spell damage. Sorcery has been removed, yep. Savagery is both crits. Vexation is giving you mending, so that's a healer buff basically. You kind of want to use these bots as a non-Nightblade or a Templar healer in pretty much every healer build, I think. Alchemy improvements. Right, already gonna explain that. No more minor maim from poisons. Innovation is now the counter rate to force instead of being counted to the consolidated away weapon critical. To force, wait, so innovation is crit resistance now. That's interesting. Elesas, did they nerf Elesas? Mending, that's major mending. Oh, it's major mending, not minor mending. And from poisons you can get the minor mending. Interesting. So you need to find a way to poison people as a healer. Because that's a very strong buff you can get. And there's not really many poisons or enchants that are good as a healer. Or you get less value out of them than on a DD, right? Minor Vexation to potions. Plus minor Vexation to target, longer duration than mending poison supply. Oh, right, this is just the heal debuff. Because they added a new heal debuff as well. It's gonna be interesting. Damage shield adds a significant damage shield to potions. For potions, applies heal absorption to your target and a damage shield to yourself. Oh, okay, so you get both. Previously you didn't get the, like this already exists, you already have the heal absorption. But you don't get a damage shield, you get minor heroism. So they changed that to a damage shield. Could also be interesting. Imagine like proccing a poison and you get some 5k shield every time. Like that's potentially not terrible. Heal absorption to potion, so you can just poison yourself basically. Kind of pointless, but and the poisons just apply heal absorption, I see. Force, major force to potions. It's going to be very impactful for decays. You don't need to run monomyth anymore. Just more damage basically. And I guess Sorks, but I think Sorks want to run monomyth still. and armor pots. Hey, Onion, how you doing? Nottingburger notes. Are they? I've read some interesting stuff so far. Oh, okay, so new reagents. Erosim increase power, mending, damage shield. Interesting. These ones have Defile, Heal Absorption, Cowardice, Entrapment. I have to see what kind of combinations you can do now. Heroism restores stam, force, and detection. Like these bots, for example, you can do heroism and Image of Force with this this ingredient. Winter's Grave Tongues can be primarily found in icy zones, either on wood or carried by the undead. Oh, okay, it's just the source where you find them. Vexation, Heal Absorption, Defile, and Breach. They change some of the existing ones. Increase power becomes force on Stinkhorn. By the way, if this become best in slot, they change in price, so maybe worth buying stuff off the market before it becomes super expensive. Nightmare Shot goes from critical to enervation. Lady Smoke gets power, so Poly becomes more expensive. Buckloss Cowardice goes to mending, so Buckloss is even better. Interesting. Linger and Health becomes mending on Mother of Pearl. I'll have to... Hopefully they update the Alchemy website, where you can make the combinations. Poison Chains are most impactful. There's buffs to classes that don't need to use tripods. Yeah, exactly. That's why it's a little bit problematic. So some classes still need to build way too much around sustain. The name prioritization, so you get the you can get this with add-ons already. You see, like Essence of Heroism. That's gonna be base game next patch. Variety of potion and poison icons. Also, add-ons do this already. Mundus Stones. So Warrior Mundus instead of Apprentice, and Apprentice now is leveling Mundus basically. Class passives. So they're changing the Decay keeps the weapon spell damage plus 10%. Nightblade grants both crit chances now, which is actually impactful because sometimes on Nightblade you don't want to run stam bots, for example, because you couldn't do stamina plus spell crit. Or you couldn't do, what am I saying? You couldn't do Magicka plus spell crit because you have more crit, like physical crit chance than, or weapon crit chance than spell crit chance. So you always had to run the restore stam bots. Now you can run either one and you're still going to be at the crit cap basically, or the highest crit chance you can get. If that makes sense. Terrible explanation, but... It's not really a thing on DK, like on DK you always just... doesn't matter what bots you run, but... On Nightblade has an impact, and on Zork you get 3k pen instead. This is kinda strong. I think 3k pen is worth more than the spell crit from before. But I'm not gonna make an Onslaught Zork anymore due to this. If I'm already getting 3k, which is almost a 5-piece bonus. If I'm already getting 3k free pen, I don't think I'll ever make an Onslaught Zork. Hey Gerent, how you doing? Velf nerfs, not sure how to feel about that. Templar gets tankier, 3k armor. 3k armor might be worth more than the weapon and spell damage. Let me actually, I'll open the one of my builds really quick. We can check the values a little bit so I can explain it. It's not a nerf if you get 3k armor for free. Armor scaling proxon blur. I won't go that far, but you can always turn the armor into damage. So for example, if you had I'll show it here. I have Thief, but let's say I built tankier, and I had the Lady Mundus. So we have 6.5k spell damage, right? And that's with the minor sorcery. Now if you remove minor sorcery, it goes down to 6k. So it's not exactly 10%, it never is. But if we did, let's say, Lady Mundus instead, and we replace Lady Mundus with the Apprentice, because you get the armor from the passive now. And you don't have minor sorcery. In this case, we would lose a little bit of spell damage. So only a little bit. Kind of depends on the build, I guess. But there's gonna be builds where you can actually gain weapon and spell damage if you adjust the build accordingly. So you're gonna have to see the other changes they make. Transportation level rewards. Some books. Achievements, collectibles. Also, is not what Plar needs. No, but anything you gain, you can turn into something else, because there's no build that doesn't build around durability at all. Like maybe you have like reinforced heavy pieces you can change to medium, for example, and still have the same armor, maybe more sustain with the medium. There are things you can adjust. I'm sure there's a way to, if not get back to where you were before, or just flat out have more damage than before by adjusting. Some new mounts, interesting. Outfit styles is from the Soul Dungeons. Skill styles. Ooh, evasion, cyan blue. Someone say the cyan blue for Nightblade. Werewolf form red. You can be a red werewolf. Gimme. Everything coming to BTS in later cycles, not yet. It's the Overvault, the Soul Dungeons. Can we see the sets? No. There's no info about the item sets. Such. No, there's new monster sets in the Soul Dungeons. Fix some visual effects. There's many changes to behaviors with how certain player skills, item sets, and passives interact with stealth and invisibility. In efforts to make a more consistent, immersive, and fairer experience, sometimes these will conflict to this last point. In general, almost all skill activations will remove stealth or invisibility upon activation. Okay, I don't like the sound of it so far, but let's see, some high-level exceptions. Most Nightblade skills, unless that skill offers Tremendous Burst, Deathstroke, Grim Focus, which both already remove these effects, they do, or they heal allies, will not break stealth or invis upon activation. Wait a second. So if I heal myself, it's with Healthy Offering. that am I gonna stay invis? And you can cast, this means you can cast Refreshing Path, remain invisible, which is one of the main reasons why you want to usually run Race Against Time, is because you can go invis into Race Against Time. You can't do invis into Path, it's just gonna remove your invis, which is retarded. If they change that, I'm happy with that. That's a very good change. This probably means that Rally is now gonna break invis, so you have to find a different heal. The problem with Healthy Offering, however, is that you... it's kinda hard to sustain. That's the main issue on Blade, but maybe they change more things on Nightblade. Let's see, what else? I don't think this means that you can cast Surprise Tag and stay invisible, or Concealed Weapon, because that'd be crazy. What else? Shadow Image you can use while invis. That's interesting. You can place Shadow Image while invis. You can cast, I mean, Piercing Mark you can already cast while invis. Maybe you can cast like Debilitate while invisible. The problem is the sustain though, like staying in Cloak is miserable. But I need to test things on PTS. Dealing direct damage with a knife. Okay, it's actually explained here. Dealing direct damage with a knife skill will still remove stealth and invisibility. Not changing core behaviors to allow them to remain stealthed or invisible. Just leaving most of their abilities to function as they currently do, so that they feel a bit more identity-driven after this pass. Okay, it's a good first step, but more abilities should be, like, they should have more synergy with stealth. And there are some that don't have direct damage, but still do damage, like Shadow Image, for example. That needs to be tested on PTS. I think Debilitate, for example, doesn't have it. Yeah, it's over time. Crippling Grasp has direct damage, but you can now cast, like, Debilitate. I guess they changed LSS, I got spoiled, but... let's see, you can also cast, I mean, you can already cast this while invis, doesn't break it. It's mostly used Path and Shadow Image. Hey Ukui, how you doing? Anything good? I haven't really read too much yet, but these invis changes are interesting. I just need to test them. I just hope they fix the sustain. By exploration, many sneaky coded skills will also not remove stealth or invisibility. Also in efforts to retain that more fantasy identity-driven sensation. These skills make low amounts of noise upon activation and do not produce significant amount of light. Includes things such as Trap Beast, Expert Evasion, Expert Hunter Evasion, and Bow skills. Okay, bow skills, how? They all do direct damage, right? Less of a hard rule and more of a what is believable makes sense for Tamriel, while also trying to maintain a sense of balance to avoid burst-focused layered attacks from being maintained while unseen. Yeah, I agree with that, like you shouldn't be able to one-shot people from stealth super easily, but the main issue with Nightblade is not the damage really. The main issue is the sustain and survivability, which are severely lacking on Nightblade, especially the sustain part. Because you can't sustain, you can't survive. Like, it's as simple as that. Genkin takes skill again? No, highly unlikely. When you activate a skill, if you ask yourself, would this realistically alert enemies of my presence based on what I see and hear? The answer should largely align with what you experience. If they don't, we'd love to hear your thoughts and reasoning. Yeah, I'm all for this, but let's buff the sustain a little bit, shall we? With Cloak and then maybe we're in a good place. They actually have a list here. Fallen skills now break stealth and invisibility to ensure they are consistent with other skill type activations and align with their visuals for a more believable / grounded experience. Durvar, how you doing? The smoking, this patch notes literally changed nothing. The potion changes already changed everything. Like that's 3 major force for people. That's insanely impactful. Just for starters. Also for Nightblade, what that means is that you don't have to run Monomid. at all. Like you can run things like Vault Hunt, for example, get a lot of speed while invis, and use the potion for Major Force. If you can get stamina, Major Force, and Magicka, for example. Yeah, that's probably not possible, but just as an example, you could get stamina, Major Force, and heroism or something. It's gonna be worth it. It's gonna be very, very impactful for any Nightblade build. But things need to be tested. Bone Shield and Morphs, Blood Mist when damaging enemies. When damaging enemies, so you can cast it while... if you don't damage enemies with Blood Mist, you can kind of like streak while invis. Interesting. That's interesting. With faster Valley's Heal, why? But if you can use Healthy Offering, I'm fine. I'm fine with that. So the Light Armor Shield breaks invis, Unstoppable, Sword and Board ulti. This already break invis though, I'm pretty sure. Don't think you can cast the Sword and Board ult while cloaked. Defensive posture you can, I'm kinda sad about that too. It was one of the few ways to sustain cloak, using Asylum, Sword and Board and spamming Death Stance. Yeah, these are the BTS Note 0. Bone Armor, okay, this is some subclass nonsense. Venom Skull... Wait, Venom Skull doesn't break invis? Oh, when cast, right, so if you didn't land it, if someone dodge souls, then it won't break it. By the way, this also means that if you use something like Ambush, for example, or Lotus Fan, it's not gonna break invis until you actually deal damage with it. So you could cast Lotus Fan, and if someone dodge souls, you can stay invisible. And it also means that the moment you appear on the opponent's screen is a lot later than before. And that could also make Nightblade Bomber better. Just a random thought. Okay, so no more... I mean, Animal as builds did this, like they would... If they used Invis Cloak for some reason, they could use the wings, and that would also be a good speed buff while Invis, similar to Race Against Time. Guardian Morphs when casting, right? When you're summoning the bear. Cutting Dive when cast, okay. So this only reveals you when you do damage, I didn't know that. Blazing Shield, Relentless Focus when cast. Oh, right. So the Stam Morph, it doesn't uncloak you on cast, it uncloaks you when it deals damage. That is a thing. But it's not really like, there's not many applications for that really. You always pick Merciless because it's just way more damage. And the armor buff, right. Fallen skills will no longer remove stealth or invisibility from their caster to feel more appropriate for their skill source identities and activations. So they already mentioned this Strife and Morphs cast. So only when you deal damage, only when you land the skill. It's a small buff to ranged Nightblade, that one too. Someone rolls your Swallow Soul, you're not gonna get uncloaked. Fixations where many damage over time effects sourced from ground area effects would incorrectly remove stealth and invisibility from their caster when they dealt damage. Okay. Sticky dots that apply to enemies should also not break stealth or invisibility from their caster, but sticky dots that turn the caster into an area effect damage over time will. Right, so quick cloak and so on. Fallen skills will now actively prevent stealth and invisibility while they're active on their caster. Imbue Weapon and Morphs, Crystal Weapon, Mage Slide. Well, Mage Slide, is this when it's slotted or when you cast it? Not sure. Was there some Mage Slide gank build? What is this about? Overload and Morphs. Slitstorm and Morphs. Good. You know what? Fuck gankers. Fuck this subclass fucking cringe clowns. I'm sorry for any ganker, but fuck you. Good riddance. That's a clown build. Terrible builds that some people think are good. And they have no fucking identity. It's just some subclass clown fiesta. Just an insult to Nightblades that they even exist. Disgusting. Good riddance. Proc-based effects that trigger from another effect, such as item sets, passives, or stage effects, attacks no longer benefit from Sneak's bonus damage or guaranteed critical strike. They also no longer benefit from Shadow Disguise guaranteed critical strike. Changes also mean that proc-based attacks should no longer inconsistently remove Sneak or invisibility. Hold up. Oh, okay, so this means that things like Null Arca. If you proc Null Arca while invis from a dot, it's gonna uncloak you when it lands at the moment, but I think they changed that. And that is what they mean. Red Mountain is another one. This is both a consistency pass and a balance pass. Sneak and invisibility are both separate systems that are similar in many ways, but their behaviors can end up being very distinct. In some cases, such as detection, this is intended, as invisibility is intended to be much stronger than sneak, in the sense that you should be harder to detect while invisible compared to while sneaking. In other cases, such as interacting with skill usage, dealing damage, healing, etc., many inconsistencies arise. Previously, invisibility by default did not remove itself when dealing proc-based damage, while sneak did, if the attack also was dark damage, creating a confusing experience and a lot of potential frustration while in PvP. Moving forward, we'll continue to monitor and update effects that feel like they do not properly interact with sneak and invisibility to create a more balanced and consistent experience when utilizing and countering these effects. For additional clarity, our goal is to prevent the removal of stealth or invisibility from caster of an effect in cases it feels overly punitive or nonsensical, dealing damage over time, triggering an effect that you lack agency over, while simultaneously ensuring that we are not enabling toxic behaviors, remaining unseen while directly damaging healing or shielding, or creating situations where the advantages of remaining undetected compound with its natural bonuses, procs also benefiting from bonuses to damage, etc. While the results of this may lack a hard outline of rules for what does and does not break stealth, the goal is to ensure these behaviors feel natural and fair, while still having a semblance of consistency, and will be something we slowly work towards, not achieve alone with this patch. That's good, that's good. I don't mind these changes. There's a lot more to be done when it comes to Invis and Nightblade, but these are alright, as long as you can still heal yourself while Invis with Healthy Offering. I don't care if Rally gets changed, as long as there's something you can use. I don't like the idea that you can go Invis and you have gazillion dots on you, and you're consuming all of your magicka with the Shadow Disguise, and then you have to heal yourself, because you have gazillion dots on you. You cast the heal, you have now 0 magicka, and you come out of cloak as well. Because, oh, your heal must uncloak you. And every time you cast cloak, you spend the instant tick of the magicka drain. So if you have to come out of Invis and heal yourself, and then recast stealth, you drain magicka even faster. And that's what I don't like about Nightblade and sustain on Nightblade, is that it's just fucking miserable because of these kind of reasons. So, like, while most of these changes are fine, I hope that this part where they say that as long as you don't heal allies, you can stay Invis. I hope allies does not include yourself, basically. So that's gonna piss me off, if it does. Somewhere that things that heal allies pull you out of stealth, so I think that includes Healthy Offering. Yes, but if you heal allies, right? Hopefully. Hopefully. Who nerfed Draken? Did they nerf Draken? That's retarded. Following skills have been adjusted to be considered proc events to prevent recursive behaviors and overloading damage results from singular actions. Molten Weapons and Morphs damage. Tombearer's Inspiration and Morphs damage. So they're proc events, not class damage events anymore. That's not good for Arcanist. That means that you cannot... you can't proc the class set anymore from like casting your damage shield and procking the Tombearers. Not sure how to feel about that. Update terminology on player-related abilities, skills, items, etc. to use the verbiage summon when referring to a summoned pet entity. So okay, so it's just a tooltip change basically. Remove this terminology from other player-related functions that do not actually summon a pet. I see conjure dive skill. Okay, so it's gonna give an idea. They probably explain it here. It's gonna give an idea when you can actually buff the pet's damage, for example, or benefit from things like necropotence. I see. I'm gonna skip this because I think I understand. Actually, no, I'll read it. It's mainly a consistency pass in efforts to help improve understanding of what sets such as necropotence refer to when it mentions summoned combat pet versus what actually constitutes as one. A summoned entity in the game is a reference to a special type of functionality that creates a monster, coming with many specific stipulations. Mainly the fact that it has an AI state or brain, as well as loading of other complexities. Many abilities may appear to create a monster, but instead only visually simulate a monster. It's referred to as an effect model, effectively an empty husk with less complexity or expensive performance implications. Recently we've been attempting to improve the sensation of summoning monsters without the actual need to summon them, so that we can support that playstyle and archetype more sustainably. But it has come with many inconsistencies that we are attempting to improve with this pass. Effects that explicitly state that they interact with a summon refer to only to 100% certified monster summons, and not visual effects or of monsters. So language is a key way for us to differentiate when we are actually summoning a creature, and when we're simulating one, so you can make more informed decisions when theory crafting and testing. Good. That's good. Slayer buffs and Aegis apply to all monsters. Okay, so Overland, cool. Cool. This will result in allowing them to work in the following instance against player pets. Okay, so you get some value out of this. If you fight a pet build, it's not really... I mean, if you have minor Aegis, that means that you take less damage from blast bones. Interesting. Very interesting. There's not many good minor Aegis sets though. Also guards and like monsters in Icy. Very interesting. Decay. And they nerf Decay. Why? Why? Just buff the other classes. Flameless. Reduce the healing of Powerless activation by 50%. But this is not even the better morph. This is not even what people run. People run Molten Whip, not Flameless. Hello? Toning down how much healing Dragonites can consistently maintain. Okay. Did we miss something? Where's the Heart of Flame? This makes zero sense. Absolutely zero sense. Target approach to reduce how oppressive they can be in PvP with certain setups and to decentralize their staying power from a single tool. It's not... Spoiler, it's not Flameless. It is not... Zos, it is not Flameless. Who uses Flameless? In summer 2026. How many DKs run fucking Flameless? While we see much healthier gameplay with builds that don't utilize this morph. What gameplay are you seeing? Are you seeing the fucking 30k whips? Is that healthier? I should have gotten some alcohol, not water. We can pretend it's vodka. Jesus Christ. We see much healthier gameplay with builds that don't utilize this morph. Right. So they're seeing the... They're not seeing the 20k onslaughts and 30k whips. They are seeing Flameless. Wow. Keep an eye if you need to shift some of the loss of power here to other parts of the kit if the class performance begins to dip under expectations. And it's not even the survivability with Powerless, by the way. Like, it's not like Powerless heal is the problem. If we talk about like what makes DK stronger, if we entertain the idea that DK needs to be nerfed and other classes don't need to be buffed, if we entertain that idea for a moment, Flameless healing is not an issue. You can't really survive with the flameless healing. You get CC'd, you fucking die instantly. It's the Heart of Flame sustain and healing that keeps you alive. It is not flameless. And I'm not saying this that, oh, you should nerf Heart of Flame. Again, like, I wish they gave Heart of Flame to other classes, or similar stuff to other classes. Because it's actually kind of fun to be able to sustain on one class at least, besides Sorc and Werewolf. I don't understand why it just makes no sense. It just makes no sense. Draconic Power, Earthspike Mantle. To better embrace your inner dragon, the spike model of Earthspike Mantle and Smorphs now more closely reflects the original design for the ability. Okay. Engulfing Dragonfire reduced the skill cost to 3500, down from 3800. Skill now reduced damage taken by 15% while it is being channeled. Hey, this is a good change. I think the channeled Firebreath, I made a build around that. It can be very fun, but it could be better. Like, that's a reason why everyone's just doing the one-shot whips, right? I think if you reduce the damage taken, you reduce the cost. These are good changes. Like, you can buff DK. Like, you can buff the things of DK that are not problematic. Or things that are... I won't buff things like Heart of Flame. Like, for example, like they did in the previous patch, by the way. They just made it heal for a fuck ton, which it didn't before. Heart of Flame, Molten Whip, Onslaught, Satin Rocks are fine. I think Satin Rocks are fine. No, I think this, like, again, like, I think all of these other things are fine, they just exist in a vacuum. Like, there should be things on other classes that match the power. I don't want everything to feel shit. Like, fucking Nightblade. Okay, speaking of Nightblade, Assassination, Impale. Fixed a rare issue where you could get stuck pointing aggressively at your foes. Okay. This skill and final health now cost 4k magicka, up from 2700. Increase their damage by 35%. Ooh. That's a big buff. That's a big buff. Both skills now heal for 40% of their damage down from 50%. 8% increase in healing per tick. And Swallow Soul heals for more. Ooh. Wait, Nightblade might be back, guys. It might be fucking back. With this change and the stealth changes, if you can heal while invis with the healthy offering, Soul Cleaver, you buff the buffed up damage with Soul Cleaver, you make it sustainable with Soul Cleaver, because really high magicka cost means that you reduce it by more with Soul Cleaver as well. You get 21% cost reduction. So if you have a 2700 cost at the moment, minus 21%, that's a 567 magicka per second less. If you have a 4k cost, and you reduce it by 21%, that's 850 magicka per second. That's close to 2k Mac regen. You make it cost 3.2k without any other modifiers. It's gonna be expensive, but it's also gonna do damage. You're not gonna be casting Swallow Soul and it's like tickling. 35% buff is huge. That is huge. It's gonna make it do more damage than Concealed Weapon. Especially if you run Soul Cleaver, but I think even without Soul Cleaver. If you look at the Concealed Weapon, that's like 10.3 at the moment, and if we look at the Swallow Soul, that's 8.6. Now, if we buff the 8.6 by 35%, what do we get? We get 11.6, and that's without Soul Cleaver. So you do 10% more damage than Concealed Weapon. Nightblade might be fucking back. Does he reading issue? No, don't say that. Skill and funnel. Fuck you, Sos. Why? It's like that close to actually... They almost get it. They almost fucking get it. Is this... Wait, the base tooltip is... shit, right? Does this morph do more damage now? 6.4, like it might do more damage than the other one. I think it does. It's just more expensive. Or does the same damage. So stupid, man. So stupid. Bipe Pohöiden. I got my hopes up for a moment for a playable Nightblade. And they were shattered. When a higher cost heals to other people, one lower cost only heals you. Right, so still meh. I mean, you still want to run it with Soul Cleaver, I think, if you play ranged Nightblade, but... It's sad. Like, as you can see, like, the damage is just... How do you justify this as Sauce? Like, how do you fucking justify this? 8.6k tooltip, 10.2k and 10% damage done, and minor expedition while slowed. There's no comparison. This gives you like 5% healing done in CMX from the healing part of Swallow Soul. And even if you run Soul Cleaver, you do less damage than Concealed Weapon. The only upside is that you can play a range build. If you play a melee build, you always run Concealed Weapon. It's not even close. Sad. Sork. Exploitation. This passive once again triggers when you attempt to activate the Dark Magic ability, rather than when you successfully cast one. In efforts to ensure it properly interacts with all abilities should appear. It should when paired with Font of Power and to reduce its performance drain in runtime. Okay. Crystal Shard. Fix an issue where your sheathed weapons would sometimes move strangely on your... Okay, whatever. Fix an issue where many effects that allowed you to treat an entity as a corpse could confuse other Necromancer clients into thinking corpse was available to consume and would sometimes interfere with using their own corpses. Individual corpse effects such as Malevolent Promise, Noble in Decay should no longer interfere with other Necromancers. Good. The Bash Goliath. Okay, I've had this bug where you're in Goliath and you're standing still, but you're actually bashing. Sight. Sight effects should no longer linger on... How about buffing it? How about buffing Sight a little bit? Maybe cost reduction could be nice on this one. Always got called wrong for running concealed. No, it's just better if you play a melee build. Like, it's more mobility, more damage, faster travel time. And you buff it with Soul Cleaver too nowadays. Arcanist, Curative Rune Forms, Arcanist Domain. Fix an issue where this morph... Okay. It's not really PP relevant. Or, I mean, it's a nice fix, I guess, for shield support. Skill's morphs now only trigger off Arcan skill. A skill is an ability that is placed on your hotbar, also referred to as action bar or ability bar. Oh, so no, okay, it's a subclassing thing. It doesn't proc from subclassing. They're kind of too focused on these weird cringe ganker builds that you don't really see much nowadays because they're terrible. At least on PCU. There's a lot of changes that are designed to like counter some gank build that's not even a good gank build. It's weird, but I mean, if it doesn't come at the cost of like fixing other things, it's fine, but I think they spend a lot of time nerfing everything about like one build. Time to quit seeing the BG changes? I haven't yet. What's up, Skyrids? Said something about bringing other classes closer to DK and Werewolf. Are they doing that though? I think there's nerfed DK so far. Where can target adjustment to skill in efforts to reduce how dense the skill line is in the context of subclassing, where it benefits a huge variety. Okay, who cares about sub? What is this? What is this game they're playing where people are subclassing? Like, what the fuck? Elesas, this morph now has a 3.2k magic cost rather than being free, to account for how much stronger stage effects have become over time. Oh boy. I'm not sure how to feel about this one. Imagine Magden sustain after this one. Oh boy. Because you need it for the class mastery, right? Yikes. Also, you're not gonna have a free, like... You're not gonna have a thing to do in between, like, engaging. You can't stay back and just LSS everyone, because you cannot run out of Magicka doing that. So what do? Do you stand still and just hold block? Do you spam heavy attacks and not cast any abilities? Like, what is this... I'm not sure if I like that. I don't like having no APM when I play. I need to be doing something. If I don't have a burst window, if I don't have a like melee engage, if I don't have buffs to rotate, if I don't have anything else to do, I want to cast LSS at least, because it's free. I want to have a free thing to do. I want to have something that makes sense, so I don't feel like doing heavy attack, and just playing like a fucking noob. Because that's the only way you can play in that situation. There needs to be things you can actually do that make sense, that are free. So for that reason, I don't really like LSS having a Magicka cost. Yeah, also PV is very affected by the nerf. What's up, Aaron? Main reason LSS is played so much is because it's basically all other major breed skills are awful. Exactly. So I would rather see them buff the other breed skills. This is what I've been saying forever, is that they should buff or add major breeds to other abilities instead of nerfing the few existing good ones. Just use the Automorph. You might want to use the Automorph actually after this, if they didn't make that also cost Magicka. Ooh, for PV, yeah, what's a boss? Major breed skill that does massive AoE damage and a strong dot. You mean Sharks for the AoE damage? There's the Necro Graveyard. SOS want you to run Puncture, that hasn't been updated in like 10 years, apparently. I mean, that one's cheaper. It's melee range too, though. It's also dodgeable. So you're gonna be spamming Puncture and someone's just gonna be rolling and you're just doing this until you finally land it, and then, oh, you need to actually rebuff all of your buffs and all the debuffs on the target, and oh, Puncture got cleansed, now you're back to doing this and trying to actually land it. Yeah. I would never run I don't think I would ever run a dodgeable major breeds. And this also, by the way, means that Onslaught is going to be more popular. Oh, Dragonfire, right, how can I forget? Oh, it's also, yeah, that's also kind of like a decay buff. Caltrops, yeah, there's Caltrops as well. What they're doing changes nobody's asking for. Some people are asking for, but it's the wrong people. The people who don't understand. 1/8 shield. Shield charge. This skill and its morphs now cause you to automatically block for half a second after activating. Wait. I like this one, but that skill is already pretty good on a Bash build. That's a pretty big buff. Get half a second of free blocking. You get blocked during the entire gap loss, basically. On my Baskro, Shielded Assault, the damage shield is usually like 20 to 30% of the healing or damage reduction. And you tell me I just get free tankiness, like crazy amount of free tankiness as well? That's crazy. It's actually crazy. Baskro might be back. Baskro, maybe no longer Trashcro after this. Interesting. Cleave, fixed an issue with the damage shield from disability and did not last, okay. White Scout, Expert Hunter. This skill and its morphs now increase the caster's stealth detection radius, how far they can see stealth at invisible targets, equal to that of a deathbot. No longer function as an area of effect reveals that actively check if there are stealthed or invisible targets nearby and make them unable to benefit from concealment for a duration after, if they were revealed. I don't really like this one, but then again, like, there's not that many builds running Camo Hunter anymore. They should make the major the crit buff apply to both powers. But I understand they do this for performance reasons by the sounds of it. Isn't the damage shield morph better? No, this is the base morph. This skill and its morphs. I was talking about the damage shield one. It's big Nightblade buff, the Expert Hunter. No, that's a nerf. Deathbot is stronger than 12 meter melee range reveal. Akamul. Been a huge cry for making LSS cost for a long time. Not so sure personally, maybe with the amount of sustain we have nowadays, the 3.2k cost won't be as destructive, still a huge nerf, but again, don't know. What the problem is that sustain isn't really divided equally. Like, some classes have easy time with sustain, but other classes have miserable time with sustain. So, like, you will feel the sustain a lot on Warden, Nightblade, Arcanist. Like, imagine my Arcanist build at the moment, and I'm also spending magic on the LSS. I'm never gonna have magic. I have fucking 16k max magic on that character. Because you have to build for max health because you're health scaling. You can cast this 4 times and you're out of magicka. If you're standing still and LSSing in order to try to get magicka back like you do at the moment, you are instead going to lose all of your magicka. Because 3.2k is a lot of magicka. Suspect we're all gonna get sustain. I didn't read off the notes yet, but there's been no sustain buffs to anything so far. It's been only nerfs to things, or some interesting buffs, but let's keep reading. Psych Order, Imbue Weapon. This Galen's morphs now also increase your damage done with weapon attacks by 5% for 6 seconds of the casting. Wait, what? Crushing Weapon. This morph improves the new damage bonus to weapon attacks to 8% up from 5. You know what? It's Crushing Weapon time. Fuck LSS. We are going to be casting Crushing Weapon from now on. That's a lot of damage. You get the free, like, delayed burst. Also, can you cast this while invis now? What if you can cast Crushing Weapon now while in Shadow Disguise? And then do like Incap or Surprise Attack on the next one. That's a big buff. They nerfed it for the Ganker. Oh wait, no. It's not possible because they made it impossible, right? So you literally cannot do that. Yeah, Imbue Weapon and more. So you cannot, you can't even go invis while they're active. But only while they're active. They're not always active, so you could still open up with this perhaps. Maybe you like cast Crushing Weapon and then just Surprise Attack really quick. Like you come out of invis with the Crushing Weapon, and that could be your new burst on Blade, for example. And of course you can run this on any other character as long as you have range. You can just Crushing Weapon and you get the TT crit buff for a while. 8% work on Draining Dot. I mean, why not? Damage done with weapon attacks. Oh, weapon attacks. So it doesn't buff the it doesn't buff Surprise Attack actually. Come out of invis with Crushing Weapon. Good one. Oh, wait, why am I missing something? I mean, you don't buff Incap, so it's kind of pointless actually. It's only weapon attacks, so only things like Flurry and Onslaught gets buffed by this, but Onslaught with Crushing Weapon is a bit pepega. Maybe you could run Ele Weapon and Onslaught though. Crossing into Crushing Shock. Yeah, for example, you can do that. Because LSS is not as good anymore. And you get all the stage effects already with Crushing Shock. Also what's Fukatsu and Watch, hello. Last patch their fight team worked on parts of it, I think. Werewolf. Okay, let's see, what did they do with Werewolf? Update many active skill costs to make for a more balanced experience and to better account for and highlight the existence of the Rampage effect. This will result in making Magicka and Stamina Sustain more relevant for the Werewolf experience, while still offering reduced costs compared to most active playstyles. Okay. Oh boy, I already saw a bit of it. Our goals for this pass are mostly aimed at making Sustain more relevant for the Werewolf experience, since we've made notable concessions on the ultimate Sustain cost since its original design. We're relatively happy with the balance of the experience in PvE in regards to its relative power compared to more complicated builds. So we're trying to avoid reductions in power that influence their maximum output, and instead trying to increase the strain of sustaining their assault over longer encounters. These chains are mostly aimed at bringing the Werewolf closer to the rest of the pack in PvE environments, where we see them succeeding much more than others. I mean, yeah, they do, but also DK is up there. It's largely due to the fact they can forgo building as much sustain as other builds, while still bringing easy to access damage and survivability. That's not the main issue with Werewolf. Imbue Weapon and morphs prevent you from stealthing. Yeah, while active, but you can stealth and then cast Imbue Weapon to come out of stealth and land the... because there's a bit of a delay before you become visible, right? So you can maybe come out of stealth with that and land the Surprise Attack, but I don't know. You need to test a lot of things. Also, you can cast LSS while invis now, right? It wasn't mentioned here. Some random thought. It should not reveal you though. I don't like the idea of having to run LSS, but... Oh well. There's the emojis, you did. You did. The abolished Hayden. Is this, dude, headphone safe or not? Wait, what do you mean? You mean the headphones I have? I like them, I like them. I have the Sundara, Hifiman Sundaras. Had them for a couple of years now. Pretty happy with them. Giltrokin, I'll get to that, I didn't read that yet. Let's see if the werewolf changes. I'll talk more about that in a bit. Next thing to build around this cost increase won't immediately impair your effectiveness. Instead, it should help highlight the werewolves as excellent burst fighters, while making them have to make more concessions if they want to sustain their raids. These changes also help highlight the importance of Rampage, which will still offer 100% cost reduction while active, making it even more important and rewarding to activate. Okay, I don't mind the idea behind this, but that's not really the main issue that's making werewolves so broken. The main issue is the health scaling. The main issue is that you have a spammable that has a 20k tooltip burst heal on it. Like, there's nothing balanced about that. And it's gonna make Short Werewolf even more of a must-have in PvP. Anytime on when the PTS will be up, I think probably in like a couple of hours. It's usually when it goes up. Pounds. Increase the skills and skill and morphs cost to 3.2k up from 1k. It's just tripled the cost. Okay. Carnage. Increase this skill and morphs cost to 1.2k up from 1k. This is the gap loss. This is the melee range activation for the dot. So that's a small cost increase. That's not too impactful. This one is though, so if you're chasing people and they're shrieking away, you're gonna run out of stam. And they're gonna get away. Because the moment you have to cast the heal for this time sustain, the Sorg is gonna shriek and gonna be out of your gap loss range. Fixing issue where Carnage and Morph's ranged activation requirements did not properly respect monsters with large hitboxes. Okay, what about PvP though? Like very often you're in melee range and does the fucking gap loss instead. Here's his bounty. Increased the skill and Morph's cost to 4.6k. So a little bit more expensive max sustain wise. Reduce the healing of this version by 13%. And they reduced the healing on Hircin's Fortitude. But that's not even the issue. Like, the issue is the spammable. The heal on the spammable is the problem. Let's see if they change that. Roar. Increase the skill and morphs cost to 3.4k up from 1k. I don't know if you can pre-buff the spammable anymore. They're kind of fucking up werewolf here. I don't know if it's playable after this. Or if it's like good after this, let's say. This is a huge nerf. Like the CC costing 3.4k is absolutely insane. Increase the skill and rip and tear morphs cost to 1800, so they double the spammable as well. Oh, okay. Rest in peace werewolf. They had werewolf on par with DK for one patch, and now it's back to the doghouse apparently. That's sad. That's extremely sad. No, I would rather see other things be playable. Like, why would you want something to be unplayable trash in this game? Like Nightblade, like semi-trash like Arcanist or fucking Templar or Necro. Like, we already see DKs everywhere, now we're gonna see only DKs of this. Instead of DKs and werewolves. Fix an issue where the synergy failed to play its blood visual effects in some situations. Update the synergy to have the following rules to help reduce its frequency of overriding other synergy use. By the way, you're still gonna see some unkillable werewolves, it's just that they're not gonna do any damage. They're gonna be doing this and howling, and that's all they do. They're gonna run Desert Rose or something like that and do 0 fucking damage and just troll tank and stand on flags. That's all that werewolves will be doing. Claw Fury, increase this morph's cost to 420 per tick. Okay, well, It's not really being used. It's also more than double the cost of the swipe. Hey Kent, how you doing? Bond in Suffering? No, I think we uninstall in Suffering. Like, I want to have things that I feel fun playing in-game. I want to be logging in and being like, okay, I'm going to log on this Doxit build that just insta runs out of sustain and dies whenever there's few people on me. Fuck that. Or, oh, I'm going to log in and I'm going to be doing heavy attacks for the rest of the day. Or I'm going to log in and I'm going to play some Doxit build with Roxa and Red's Vitality and fucking Atromundus, because there's zero sustain. Because I don't want to be doing heavies 24/7. Not a fan of that. Priority of the essentially from the highest combat priority to the lowest. Essentially from player abilities are rated 6, 7, and 8. Higher value, the lower the priority. Okay, so it's not gonna hide the other synergies behind it. Why these numbers? We build our priority system in tandem with encounters and content, where oftentimes special synergies sourced for content need to take priority over all other combat actions to prevent situations where normal skill synergies prevent you from activating content driven synergies to succeed a mechanic. This gave rise to user creating our own band of prioritization for synergies that grant priorities over others, in efforts to create cases where synergies most likely to save you are prioritized over things that you generally want. Hence why we value defensive actions, damage, something, dead DPS does no DPS, true. Put 3 unique stipulations on the synergy in addition to their regular stipulations, looking at the consumable corpse, etc. The caster is at or below 66% health, or the caster is at or below 200 ultimate, or the caster is out of combat, so you get the synergy in those cases more often. Over other synergies. This is mostly a PvE thing, but I see. Slaughter. Instead of striking fear into the hearts of your enemies with the howl during certain slaughter animations to... Oh, right, it's the execute thing, right? Now summon a Spectral Wolf from Hircin's realm to take down your foes with a deadly blow. Okay, so it's just the PvE execute thing. Legademain. Clemency. Fix an issue where this passive's cooldown could fail to apply in certain situations. Wolf gets the trigger pen from Zork. Maybe Werewolf has to be just built full giga damage after saying this, because you will not be able to sustain playing 50k health and like 16k stats. You're gonna have to cast the heal way too often to get your stamina back. You don't have time to pressure people. But can a werewolf going full damage survive DKs, for example? Can you compete with DKs? You can maybe kill a Nightblade still, maybe you can kill an Arcanist, but can you compete with DKs, or is it just going to be DKs everywhere? I think it's just going to be DKs everywhere. No, you still might have to play, like, it's, I don't know, I don't know how this is going to look like before testing it. I would rather play a full damage werewolf, but full damage werewolf is just gonna die to full health werewolf. It's just gonna die to DK, no matter how well you play it. I think they should have changed the, like, rather than nerfing sustain, they should have changed the health scaling. Oh wait, what is this? This morph now also heals. Oh, okay, so they buffed the channeled morph to heal you. Of the Rending Claws. Interesting. It's a nice buff. Yes, full damage werewolf, and yes, it does that sadly. Devil knows he plays a 21k health werewolf. And yeah, I just want builds to be fun. I can't have fun on a build if it's not even like remotely competitive. If I can't even survive on it, it just feels miserable. Okay, Bell Spirit. We have made some general adjustments to Bell Spirit, which are as follows. Damage dealt strength is now limited to 300% of max health when between the group size of 1 and 4. For 1 solo and 4. Bellsplit now reduces per group member beyond 4, reducing to 220 at 5. Decreasing by an additional 20% per group member until 10 group members are reached. 80% at 10. Interesting. But is this each individual shield or shields total? And how does this affect Arca Shield? Arca Shield is huge, but it's not a full shield, it's reducing your damage taken. Then reducing by 10% per group member between 11 and 12. 60% at 12 players. Total. These numbers are not final, we are expecting to adjust them based on feedback. Initially we are avoiding any penalty to small groups, then ramping up a penalty that starts to further taper off as it reaches the group size limit. So if that's the total shield size, that is going to be quite impactful. BDs are 8 people. That's 220 and then 20% until 10 are reached. So you have 280, 160, 140. So if you have 30k, let's say you have 30k health. You can have 42k worth of shields. That's not gonna really change too much, I think. Outside of like very organized groups. I don't think as a solo shielder you can really have 42k shields most of the time on people. I think it's a little bit below that value. It's like 20 to 30k. Or am I mistaken here? Because I'm thinking like Conti and Soul Burst. Like people take damage and then those shields disappear before the shields are fully stacked, right? But what about... I wonder how that affects the bubble. Does it make it unplayable? Oh, also, if there's multiple shielders, if there's like one Arca shielder and you play a Sork with Hardened Ward, then your Hardened Ward is gonna be dogshit. Had a group with over 40k shields, rip. It might be nerfed a bit in that case. We have like a gap of damage shields. Will only affect both groups? Yeah, that's kind of how I see it. 9v when they increase the BG group cap. Someone almost killed yesterday with 35k shield, no barrier just yesterday. Yeah, you can have the Ice and Sork, you can have the Sphere Max Medica, and if you cast Hardened and stack it with another shield like Conti, you can get to like 35k shields casting 2 abilities. And then if you have another shielder, you would go over the cap, but you would still need another person. So maybe this number is a bit low still. And they should increase it further. Not sure. Battlegrounds. 2-sided and 3-sided battlegrounds now have been combined into one queue called Big Team Battles. To make this possible, team sizes have now been changed to 6v, 6v6 and 9v9. Interesting. Interesting. So one more person in team versus team and 2 more people in 3v, and it's random which one you get. I don't know how to feel about this. I mean, the more variety I have in PvP gameplay, the more fun PvP is for me. But then you can get forced into the fucking 3v BGs. It's probably the best option they have available. It's not ideal, but... I mean, the best option would be just keeping the 3v BGs as an event. But if they want to have it permanently available, having a combined queue might be the best solution, because you can have separate queues. It's going to be too long queue times not enough player base to have 2 different queues without an actual ranked mode that people would want to play. Oh, and you have the 4v4s, which should be completely fucking revamped. 4v4s are terrible. 4v4s should be... Again, I've said this a billion times, but 4v4s should be shuffle format. They should be shuffle. No more matchmaking issues. Just fun. Multiple rounds, 1 death, not 3 deaths, just 1 death per round, next round. And I would play the shit out of that, if that was the case. And it should be 3v3, actually, not 4v4. If that was a thing, I would only queue that. If there was a ranked ladder, especially, I would only queue 3v3. I would try hard it 10 hours a day. Actually, no, 20 hours a day. But we don't have that. New medals. I already heard about this. Have been added to all battleground types, rewarding players who grant players damage shields, major and minor buffs, major and minor debuffs. To earn a medal, you must, for damage shields, grant at least 20% of your maximum health, and have absorbed 50% total damage before expiring. Okay, that's a lot of calculations. 4v4 ranked, shuffle, deathmatch only. Yeah, the flag games are pointless as well. There's nothing competitive about them, really. Less chance of forgetting griefed in 3v? No, it is not. It's the opposite. It's the complete opposite. Opinion, yeah. Skyridge knows. He knows. People die too fast for a shuffle on every death. So faster. Remember, it's gonna be six rounds if that's the case. If they do shuffle, it would be 6 rounds. So you need people to die faster. It shouldn't be taking too long. And if you have an actual ranked ladder, if you have like healer in each team, once you get to higher ranks, people are not gonna die that fast. It's only if people are inexperienced and lower ranked. But then, like, if the matchmaking works properly, then you have lower ranked people against lower ranked people who also do less damage, right? So it kind of evens out in that case, if it's done properly. But yeah, I like the medal change. Right now it's extremely disappointing to play a shield support in BDs. You see like your scoreboard is 0 damage done and like 20k damage done, something like that. And you have like 50k healing done. And anyone who doesn't understand, who sees that, just thinks that you're dog shit. Like, let's say you're new to the game. You're like new to PvP or BDs, and you see a player like that. You think that they're bad at the game, right? If you just look at the scoreboard. Which is what a lot of people do. So if they fix that, that's good. I think that's a good change. But I hope they fix it properly. I hope they don't make it another crit heal medal, which should be adjusted, by the way. Why are we rewarding healers more? We are rewarding shield supports, but also they're nerfing the shield supports at the same time, which is good. They made some battle spirit changes to damage shields. But I don't think if you're very impactful in a match, if you're making a difference in the outcome of the whole match, I don't think you should have the worst score on the entire leaderboard. Because that makes no sense. Even if you hate shield support, if you think that they should all just fuck off the Shurdil, and no offense, internet, they should still be rewarded based on their performance. They shouldn't be looking garbage, because then how can you identify what is like actually broken and needs fixing, right? I have to have some mental thing going on to play healer. I play healer every now and then, but if I play too much, I get bored. And I don't want to play shield support because I just get dog shit scores on the scoreboard. And now I might make a shield support at some point. Do it for the love of the game. Encourages big single shields over layer and multi shields. Kinda, but all the shields have already kinda high tooltips, I think. Apart from some proc sets. Hey Craven, how you doing? Been there, got flamed a couple of times for playing a buff, debuff CC build in BTs. Apparently I didn't contribute anything because your KDA was crap. Was the one setting up the killing blows, exactly. People need to be aware of who's doing valuable things for their team. Even if those things are annoying for other people or... Oh fuck it, this means that the Vanguard builds, hold on, because that's debuffs, right? This means that the Vanguard builds are gonna have high score. Okay, never mind, I hate this Sage now. I'm joking, but also not really. If someone spams debuffs on me, they're gonna have a top leaderboard score, imagine. The fuck. Finally gonna get the recognition we deserve. Ay ay ay. What have they done? Healer should also be a tank, agreed. Only major and minor now, so you're saying major coverage, minor coverage, the major vexation, new debuff, minor vexation, major defile, minor defile, major maim, minor maim, what else? There's a lot. Balkan scoreboards have been updated with 3 new fields. Damage dealt, healing done, and objectives contribute towards. Oh, why? Why? I mean, it's fine. It's whatever. I just want a, like, shuffle arena type mode. People like objectives, they should also be... They should also feel rewarded for doing them. But if you don't like objectives, you should have the competitive, try hard kind of gameplay. As an option. Recently playing against those whose shield stack could barely drop their HP and not enough damage to defeat them. Yeah, and then you look at their scoreboard and you wouldn't believe it based on that. You see like almost no damage done and no healing done because it's just not calculating properly. Good meta new. Had a good time watching your stream yesterday when you were on that RP tourney. Yeah, that was fun. That was fun. How did it end? Gironit won it. He beat me in the semi-final or semi-final. Not sure which round, but was fun. TLDR DK didn't get nerfed meaningfully. Valve got nerfed enough to prevent perm block, dodge, and gapple spam. Might be able to 1v1 on top tier classes. What do you mean might be able to 1v1? You mean Werewolf might be able to 1v1? You're not gonna 1v1 on DK. I'll tell you that much. Probably not even Necro or a Templar either, or a good Stamsork. You'll just get deleted. Other classes got nerfed along with LSS, especially Warden. Alchemy Chains are pretty fire, Werewolf didn't get nerfed enough. Fuck, Werewolf ate the LSS and Draken Chains. I really don't get it. I don't get it. Why would they rework things in this game? Including Werewolf, including things like DK, like, you don't have to like them. Other people play them. Why would they spend development time reworking stuff only to throw it all away by making it trash? Think of it this way. How is that going to, in the long run, make the game better? You're gonna be threading still because everyone hates something. Someone hates Sork, another person hates DK. The moment they buff Sork, you bet there's gonna be people crying about Sork. The moment they buff Nightblade, there's gonna be people crying about Nightblade. Right now there's people crying about DK and crying about Werewolf. If they cave in and just nerf everything that people hate, you're gonna see nerf, patch after patch, and everything's gonna feel like shit in the end. You don't want that. I don't want that. No one wants that. But it is what happens when we look at things from like a very like, oh, me and my class point of view, or me and my preferences kind of thing, kind of way. So I really don't get the mentality. Quarterfinal, right? I like the crossing weapon change, might play it on Plar even. Yeah, it's an interesting one. I play FC, thank you for the follow. Thank you. people AK 90%, so much variety. There needs to be more variety. And you get variety by buffing the other classes. By nerfing the strong ones, you only reduce variety. Because now there's only going to be DK. People are always crying about Sork. Yeah, even though it's not that strong. Imagine when it's strong. It's going to be a record number of people crying about Sork when that happens. DK getting nerf? Oh yeah, Flamelash is getting nerf, of all things. They nerfed the healing on Flamelash. Which is crazy. Everything should get nerfed. Way too easy to get a lot of shit. Buffing everything is just a downward spiral, as we can see. Is it? I think the game's better after DK rework and Werewolf rework. I think it's only gotten better. I fucking hated subclassing, for example. You had all the things you have at the moment with DK and Werewolf with subclassing, except that you were forced to play a clown build with no identity. You had to play like some animal-ass Restore and Light nonsense to have the infinite sustain. And have burst damage to one-shot people. To be like just holding block and perma-blocking and never dying. I remember that. It's just a lot of people seem to have forgotten that. Like, it's always gonna be shit. If most things are shit. Compared to 4 years ago, I think the game is better right now. Compared to 4 years ago, if 4 years ago was yesterday and today is today, then yes. 4 years ago, I wouldn't expect to have like improved animations, improved feel on the like how abilities feel to land. You're kind of comparing the progress of the game 4 years ago to today. It's kind of like comparing classic WoW to retail. Like lots of things are better in retail when it comes to animations, all of that. But the feel of the game was like better back then. Was the feel of the game better 4 years ago than right now? I don't think so. Like some things were better, but not really all of them. But it's hard to say. Cause like again, like you wouldn't expect all of these things 4 years ago. It's like expecting. You should have had all of these things 4 years ago, is what I'm saying. You should have had all of these things 10 years ago, but that's not how things work. There's a post from Jessica, apparently new way to give and focus feedback. And does it require access to the forums? What about us forum banned people? And Reddit banned people? Fixed an issue where some 10 to 49 backgrounds did not have proper bell scaling activated. Accidentally push the scoreboard off the screen if you were using max UI scaling. Number formatting and time formatting for chaos ball to damage heals and game type scores in the battleground score screen. What they should, by the way, add is the damage taken. I don't know why they don't add that. You can see it with add-ons. You can't see it in game. Feature upvote, really? Okay, we'll take a look at that. Is this? I have to make sure there's no personal info. Dude, they added this RuneScape. This is OSRS. I like this. This is good. I said this on my OSR stream like a couple of weeks ago, right? When I was playing it, I came across the booth thing where you can vote for things, and I was like, "Oh, I wish ESO had this. This would be great." Damn, I didn't expect something like this. No login required. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably use this. Even I have VPNs, only my post has 10,000 upvotes. Oh yeah, maybe that's some way to abuse it. Voting system completely reshaped RuneScape, yeah. I'm gonna spam that a little bit, I think. I have a lot of suggestions. No downvote, by the way. There should be one. There should definitely be one. Okay, let's see. Update Harvest Nodes inside Cyrodiil to have their survey variants, known exceptions. The nerfed guards, less health. Oh, they buffed the honor guards. And they're tankier now. Puncture. The god version of this ability has been renamed to Perforate to indicate it's a separate ability from the player version, has its own unique effects. For those who don't know, Puncture is a 30% damage taken debuff. Several god abilities that apply stun to the player will now properly apply CC immunity. Good. Fix an issue where the wrong character could be chosen as Emperor if the account becoming Emperor had multiple characters in the same alliance and campaign. Interesting. Fix an issue where the queue for Battlegrounds didn't properly update in response to your carried Telvar amount. Huh. Okay. Just keeping an eye on the Imperiality stuff, because in case they nerf some of the things that currently allow you to escape Imperiality, let's say. There are some counters to certain actions in IC that still work, I think. Seeds vendors to no longer display several specific items that cannot be used while in the Vengeance campaign. Oh, this Vengeance stuff. Do I care? New siege weapons. Oh, you have different quality siege weapons now? Interesting. Imagine if we got Perforate on Sword and Bone. Yeah, it would be a little bit OP perhaps. Remove Coldfire Siege and this would do such a thing. Who indeed, who indeed. Update damage abilities to have a maximum target of 12 up from 3. I mean, that's good. Definitely have CC abilities to have maximum target of 6. That's good. See the weapons would sometimes move strange. Okay, whatever. Ability now provides gallop in addition to major expedition. Cool. Okay. Combat quality of life. Prioritize damage shield visibility. A new option setting has been implemented that allows you to change the prioritization of damage shield visibility when multiple shields are active on you at once. Okay. Offers no change from the current experience. All damage shields will show at the same level of visibility. Default option for this setting. Current shield health. Will prioritize the visuals of the damage shield with the most health, keeping it at full visibility while other active damage shields have their visuals reduced. Okay, I'll have to test that setting. Will prioritize the visuals of the earliest cast damage shield, keeping it at full visibility. Interesting. VFX intensity presets. Self VFX intensity applies adjustments to the player character. I'll show you why this is a good thing. I have a screenshot of my recent Templar build. It's great for my player. I would say so. I would say it's a very welcome addition. Having some sliders for that, because this is a little bit it's a little bit much. And you can also change the friendly players and enemy VFX as well. That's good. Like, these are good changes. I like that. You can just almost completely remove it. Like all the VFX. Mounts, combat abilities, emotes, mementos, sets, so pretty much everything. Models that are used within VFX, such as Warden's impaling shards and Dragonite's molten weapons, are not affected by these settings. That's also good. It's just the shiny effects that are reduced, so you can still see like the yellow little arrows from the quick cloak style for Templar, hopefully. Cloak skin was a bit over the top. Yes, I like the Templar cloak, or the quick cloak, but with less VFX. Like, the actual model of the arrows and stuff was cool. It's just too blinding at the moment. Our intention with these settings was to offer options to help improve visual clarity in combat, provide ways to reduce visual strain for individuals who may need it, and allow individuals to elect into a reduced intensity visual experience. Understand the current implementation of this feature will not address every specific request for additional VFX visibility customization, as there were limitations that we need to work within so that we did not create an arguably worse experience for players who choose to opt into these settings. Any and all feedback on these new settings is greatly appreciated. Okay. Grimoires. Traveling Knife. Pull focus at a target cap of 6 to this combination of focus and Grimoire. Wait, there was no target cap on this? I thought there was. Item sets. Fallen sets now have an in-combat stipulation to activate them to rectify behavior where their effects can be self-triggered to gain their benefits to pre-buff. Okay, I know what this one is about. It's not yet in-game, so I cannot talk about it, but it is an exploit, yes. It is an exploit. It's only 2 sets that get affected by it, though. Makes sense where the following sets fail to remove their wearer from stealth or invisibility when they are activated. Is any of this relevant? Not really. I mean, Flame Blossom gank builds, I guess. For the like 2 people that are still running that on Ganker. Ooh, Rush of Agony maybe. Could be a nerf to Nightblade Bomber. Hey J-Bucks, how you doing? It's going, not bad. Going over the patch notes. Some good, some not so good changes. Maligalik. This is probably gonna affect some Kokra build. Will actively prevent stealth or invisibility while active. Can no longer trigger on stealthed or invisible targets. I see. Dovra Sabatons. I wonder if it's the explosion or just the buff itself. But then again, the buff with stealth is... I mean, you could run it with Vamp Stage 4. I wonder if that's affected. Update the following damage source to be considered pet damage. Icy Conjurer, Aegis Scholar, Scavenge Demise. Wait a second, that's a lot of damage. And Cinders of Antelmir. Is this Bowshark angle? Is it worth it? Is it ever worth it? Is there a universe where you run in Scavenge Demise and Shriek? 16.7 and then you do the... you wouldn't subclass of course, but... Oh wait, it's static summoning, that's right. I'm stupid, they changed that. RIP. Is there any other way to buff it? There's the ritual is set, but it's not that much more damage. So probably no way to really cheese this in any way, I think. Fix an issue where the following sets could fail to activate if source of damage taken was a ground area of effect, such as wolf elements. Okay. Draukin, or Draugurkin. Increase the set's damage bonus to 373 up from 330, but it is now reduced to 186 against targets with Pulse Blade. That's a pointless nerf. It's a completely pointless nerf. Like, I get it, there are some gank builds, but those gank builds are not really that good. Some people think they're good, they could be playing way stronger gank builds. But because of all the complaints, they nerf a set that was actually fine, balance-wise. Yeah, they also deleted those gank builds with the other changes, but... that's sad. I think Draukin was a cool set. No, it's just dead. Flakeslinger changed the set's damage type to disease to be slightly more in theme with the outcome. Skiver Cops isn't poisonous, but it is likely carrying disease. These certainly are. Okay. Worse than Dragon's Appetite now. Yes, it is. I didn't have any builds anymore with Trokin. I had one until they nerfed the Shelter Pads. Because I didn't think it was worth running on any of the builds. Now it's definitely not worth running. It's just trash now. And yeah, it's less value than a set that also heals you. So what is the justification behind this number? Cycronate, how you doing? No werewolf nerf? No, there was some massive werewolf nerfs earlier, Grey Warden. They like tripled the cost of every werewolf ability. I think werewolf is going to be very bad. Even if you build it max damage, because you could build it max damage previously and it would be bad. So werewolf is back in the dog pen, basically. Or in the dog house. No, it's not really nice that things that they rework and make playable are unplayable. I don't see how that's ever a nice thing. I get that people dislike werewolf, but what about when it comes? What about when it's time for your class? Like when there's a Sorc rework or the Warden rework, and people cry about it being OP, and then they make it unplayable after the rework, and then you feel like, why did they waste time on a rework if it's just gonna be unplayable? Like I don't agree with that. I will never agree with that. I'd rather see them buff things than nerf things that are in a good place. Although there's things that are not in a good place on Werewolf, but they don't nerf any of that. They just nerf the sustain. Snake Glass should be an RP gimmick, but why would you ever play it if it's an RP thing? Like, it's just a pointless thing to have in the game. Just an issue. Transmit stations. Once of sacrifice. Oh, okay, there's instant encounter. They decreased the timer on the dynamic events. Every 15 minutes now. Is there anything else? Static? I think we're gonna see the item sets in a later BTS. I kinda hoped I could have gone over those today, but don't seem like they have those on BTS yet. You can no longer attack, block, or perform interrupts while background scoreboard screen is up in 4v4 competitive deathmatch. That's such a weird change. There's some people who are like, they just bash at you or something after the BG ends because they're frustrated or something, but is that a big issue? This makes me want, like, who complained about this? Is this something that, like, some dev was doing a BG and they lost? And someone in the opponent team was, like, bashing them or something, and he's like, fuck this, I'm gonna change this. And then they just made a very random change in the... I just don't know why or how this comes up even. Okay, that's the best notes. Yeah, I don't know about these ones. There were some good changes, but I'm worried about playing Werewolf. That's probably the worst thing. And also just the direction of nerfing things rather than buffing them. There was no buffs to things that feel like dog shit to play at the moment. There were no changes to class masteries. It's also a little bit disappointing. I need the dev tracker. No more BT-specific terminal tomes. Oh, BTS Week 3 summary. Hi everyone, welcome to our Update 50 BTS summary for week 3. Wait, why is this? This is from May 1st, what the fuck? Why did I get debated? Why is it, Huh? Why is this here? Wow. But this is cool. Excited to share with you something the ESO community team has been working on behind the scenes for several months. We have set up 2 new dashboards with a feature upvote to help us capture your input and measure priorities as decided by you. 2 boards are for feedback and suggestions, and bug and pain points. These are intended to be evergreen boards and not specifically for BTS or one update. You will see some submissions pre-populated from as a start. So what purpose do these boards serve versus the forums and Reddit? While we read your suggestions, bugs and pain points daily, understanding what you view as the highest priorities can be a bit more challenging. With these boards you can upvote any submissions that are important to you, and we can in turn see that measurement over time. This will act as an additional data point to help us understand what is most important to you and prioritize work for the Elder Scrolls Online, while giving you greater visibility into what's important to your fellow players and the status of things you submit. These are mentioned on both boards, but there are a few things everyone should keep in mind. At this time we ask that all submissions be in English, please. All submissions and comments will go through moderation queue prior to being published and are subject to our code of conduct. Please try to leverage appropriate tags and to help us and other players fill their submissions. Do our best to keep the status of each submission up to date. Going to give everyone a couple of weeks to populate the boards with initial submissions, and we'll update statuses as often as we can after that. Please bear in mind that because the ESO community team must review and approve every submission and comment, we will do our best to have a turnaround time of 1 to 2 business days. If there are duplicate submissions, we do have the ability to merge them. Okay. I think I will probably post something off stream. I will post about that on my Discord. I would appreciate if everyone upvotes the post about how there should be ranked PvP and shuffle mode for the 4v4 rework that should be done. That would be amazing. And that should definitely be posted in every single PvP stream, so we get that on top of the board and fixed ASAP. But I'll do that after stream. I'll talk more about it tomorrow. Need to make a rounded post about it that covers every issue. Anyway, that's the patch notes. I think we go back in game and test the Arca a bit more. They listen to doxed players who get shit on by Werewolf, etc. while playing DK. Sork complain about classes skill trees being playable instead of listening to generally good players who are given good feedback to improve the existing playable classes. That kinda sums it up, yeah. That kinda sums it up. End up instead removing a playstyle because devs and bad players get shit on. Yeah, I think there are like... There's no doubt that Werewolf and DK are the strongest things in the game at the moment. But, like again, solution is not to nerf them when they feel good to play. If they felt bad to play, if Werewolf was like super garbage to play, like if you had to do something boring like heavy attack on Werewolf every weave, or if you had like zero fucking fun playing it in some other way, but it was really strong because you could like one-shot people from stealth or some shit like that, then yeah, I would understand that it needs a complete fucking rework at that point, but it feels fun to play, same with DK. That's the problem, like just make other things fun to play. That's all that players care about, is having fun. Super boring to play? I don't feel like it's boring to me. Could it be more fun? Like, sure. But you don't have to be fucking heavy attacking 24/7. I can do bass weaves on Wolf, I can dodge soul enough. I can do all the things that allow me to actually play the game on Werewolf. And you can't really do that on Necro, you can't really do that on Templar, you can't really do that on Arcanist. Like I can just queue into the speedies and have fucking miserable time. Because oh, I'm out of resources in 2 seconds. And now you're gonna be out of resources in 2 seconds on Werewolf as well. And everyone's just gonna play DK and have infinite resources on that. Because that's the only thing left that's fun to play. No matter if it's boring to play, important that people can play it. Forums, if you have problems with it, a lot of people do, and that's why you get these nerfs, is because a lot of people are on the forums and they kind of point at the wrong problems. It's not the sustain that's the problem, it's the health scaling. And on Decay, it's also the health scaling. I had more fun on Decay before they buffed Heart of Flame. I will say that. I enjoyed Decay more when it made sense to be 30k health. Now it makes sense to be 40k health. You have actually less sustain on Decay now than in previous patch, because the sustain part of Heart of Flame is still based on your max resources. Or your missing resources, right? So I have less offensive time, but you need the max health in order to survive, in order to max out the Heart of Flame, in order to be fucking unkillable, you need the Heart of Flame and max health. If you play low max health, you just play an unoptimized Decay build. So, like, the way you have to play Decay now is just more boring than it was before. Why? Because of health scaling, not because of the sustain. Sustain is fine. I'll show what it looks like when sustain is not fine, as we play Arcanist now. And probably die like 2 to 3 times every BG, because of having no resources left. To some people spamming snipe and beaming. How fun is that? One challenge, nice that low skill players can play some stuff. Long term player, it gets boring, it's fucked to fight the same 5 players on ICN 0 or get circled on. Those players will be on Werewolf though, they'll be on Werewolf or Decay mostly. Unless they pay an organized group, but that's just like, they just need to buff the other things. So you have some variety, some options. Because I don't want to be playing Werewolf all the time, I don't want to be playing Decay. But I also don't want to feel bad playing those classes. That sums it up. What else is playable? I mean, everything's playable once you optimize it enough, but it's not as fun as those classes because you don't have the damage after you optimize. You won't be able to do the same damage as on Werewolf or as on Decay when playing a Plar or when playing a Necro. Unless you want to play a build that has 0 sustain and just dies. Which is also not fun. So you see, like, it's just... It's just problematic. To have old age before a Necro gets reworked, nothing else cuts that this way. Yeah, that's the sad thing about the reworks. They should have buffed the... I think they should have left Decay and Werewolf as they are, and just buff the class masteries until classes get reworks. They should have made everything apart from Decay and Werewolf. Like, imagine if instead of this is halved in PvP, imagine if instead of that you had this doubled in PvP for the weak classes. How about that? Or this also gives you regen while in PvP. Stuff like that. And this could be 3.2k magic on expats. Let's play and imagine how the sustains can be with 3.2k on LSS. So also like stupid change, I think. Just makes no sense. Maybe I don't run LSS. Maybe we get used to running Runic Sunder and just no major breeds or something like that. Because that's actually cheap and gives you half of LSS in terms of the breeds, and you already get off the stages and stuff from the already have to use a bot there, by the way, just out of Magicka from rebuffing, because there's no Heart of Flame or stuff like that to cast. Alright. Oh, they're a healer, I think. I'm gonna use the beam here, I think. Beam goes on the wrong target. And I know, double ult there would have been better, but then we play a different build, I think. That's Crazy King, right? Also, I could play the Bomber.
Glory of the Ace, the point is ours!
Could also be on that one.
They've captured the point!
Do we bubble? I think we bubble. I have the blood spawn now, so the bubble should be up a lot faster. I think that missed. Bubble's gonna break here. And do all of damage. I just have to save the CC for when the bubble breaks, I think. It's one thing to adjust gameplay wise.
A momentary setback!
Out of stamina, because we heavy attack. Maybe it's better with the boss spawn. But again, like, we have to give up a lot of damage to have, like, acceptable sustain even. It's never gonna be werewolf tier. No matter how much we try to adjust it, because werewolf is infinite sustain. And next bat is zero sustain. It goes from infinite to zero. She literally triple the ability cost.
The Eight have abandoned us! The point is lost!
Okay, let's see if we can tank this. There's also Gigalo MMR lobby, I guess. A lot more shields here. That's 20k health.
Istamon, damn them! They've captured the point! We've seized the point!
Also, this is what I mean by the shield size, because you have a you have 52k tooltip on this. Isn't that gonna reach the cap if there's 9 players? Or does it not count as a damage shield? It doesn't go on allies, right? There's probably given or make an exception for the Sanctum. Not a true damage shield. Let's use a pot there. I wouldn't have Magic there, by the way, next bats. Because there would be no... there would be the 3.2k on LSS. I couldn't cast that LSS there. I would have to heavy attack there.
A momentary setback! They've taken the point!
That's how impactful that's gonna be, when you think about it. I would not be able to have value from having like some degree of APM. I'd be doing some stupid shit like holding down LMB. Because there's nothing I can cast because I'm just out of resources. I hate that. I hate that idea. Use interrupt after all skills to cancel their animation Arcanist. Sometimes if you have to stand for it. Not always. You get extra damage too from this. It can be nice. We have the stamina for it. Which ones do you interrupt then? All of them. You have the stamina. You can bass weave after every ability cast. Like there I do a bass weave, for example. You don't need to have a target in range because you still make the animation a bit faster. Or you hide the animation more, like you don't really make it faster, but... Kinda hard to explain. It prevents some jams from happening too. Like sometimes you cast an ability and you can't cast the next one unless you block. It happens with beams especially. It's kinda like a consistency thing as well. But it doesn't make a huge difference, it's just a more small thing I do. Using bar swap after using Graveyard on Necron. You can do that. You can also bar swap cancel. It's also fine. Like I added a heal there. You may not see the animation, but that's a heal. There are a lot of things like that.
They took the point!
So probably couldn't cast the LSS there either. In the next patch. But you also kinda need it because the Arca class set is just more damage on all of your stave specs. Can I please tentacle? That's what I mean by chance. Just didn't cast anything.
By the 8, the capture point moved!
The bubble's not gonna do too much here unless we catch up here.
Rage! We've captured the
Oh,
point!
too late. Maybe they jump down. Like 5 of them in base. Let's catch a stage. Just gonna cast the B multi here.
Point is ours!
It's not good, but I don't think bubble gets any value. We have the bot spawn now. Some new skill lines so we can start leveling them up. But it's a very like easy BGI. I don't know if the build is good at all. To a superstar of the BGI. Just trying to get the MVP. It's the only reason I'm tryharding kills here. And damage. So I don't know why I care about this stuff, just... Same reason why it would be such a good thing to have actual ranked PvP. Just give something to do.
Taking the point!
MVP is so easy, I mean depends on build. It's actually really hard on shield support, it's funny. One of the strongest things, right? But because your healing done, damage done, all of that is really bad because the way things calculate. Like on a build like that it would be semi-impossible. It's also difficult on Necro. Because on Necro your blast spawns don't count towards damage done. So it's usually a lot lower than in other people's if there's any like decent players in the lobby. Don't play Arcanite or Necro or Blar. I mean, fair enough. So it's easy on Short basically. Or DK or Werewolf.
The point!
Yeah. That is true, that is true. I can get kinda reliably on Blar. Blar does a lot of damage. There we go. 1.3. Do top damage there. But I need to do more BGs. Kotak's not bad at 900k, so I'm pretty happy with the damage. Least I could do is overtune Classmasters until reworks are finished by 2040. The fucking 2040, yeah. Exactly, like the reason they put Classmasters in was to have the like temporary fix until reworks are done, right? How much ult am I getting? 4? 1.7. I don't know how much bot spawn uptime that was, but... Ben is a bit less than before. That is the build, by the way. You have to run Ochogas, unfortunately. Spam one Werewolf button, not every run-of-the-mill Andy can make DK work. I think Werewolf is easier to play, you somehow still see a lot of bad werewolves though. Werewolf is kind of a knowledge check on how to build and which skill to use. Decay... kinda same, I guess. When you think about it. Skill line? You can see skill lines here. It's just the class skill lines. I don't do subclassings like if I can avoid it. Subclassing is bad. So it's just pure Arcanist. Must be delay. Oh, you didn't see the superstar yet. Blastborn damage doesn't count? Nope. No pet damage counts. Same damage shields doesn't count towards the healing done. That's why, like, if you see a Necro in a BG and they do, like, almost same damage as you, they actually did a little bit more if they had Blast Bones, and most of the Necros have Blast Bones. There is one thing I wanna test though, I could actually test it now. So this on a YouTube video. I'm just gonna quickly check the numbers. Not a lot of Sanctum damage, sadly. It's good when you get focused if you have one of those BDs.
Oh, we're short, no doubt about it. How did that happen?
7.5k hit there. Soul Dungeons, they're adding 2 of them in next patch abolished. They're adding solo March of Sacrifices and solo Moonhunter Cave. And there's like different difficulty modes for them, and you get unique new moss sets. So instead of getting the Baylog and a Vaikosam, you get moss sets from the other bosses in the dungeon. I think one was an Indrik set, so you get one for the Indrik boss, or from that one, and I think the other one was the Moon something. I forget the name of the boss, but the boss that's at the gate in Moonhunter Keep, like after the annoying tree boss with the spray guns, basically. It's gonna be for that one. Also, now that I think about it, there was a change to Shield Assault, right? Is this gonna... it's gonna block for half a second, but you get a damage shield when you cast it, I think. Not when you actually... Oh, it's after the attack, never mind. So it's not when you gap close, but after, that's still good. I'm saying that because I kinda compare it to Impervious, you get a lot of mitigation for free when you cast it, and then the damage shield after. It's interesting. But yeah, I wanna test something on Necro real quick. So right now, not everything should be for everyone. If you're trying to make something for everyone, you are making it up for no one. There's no utopia where you can make everyone happy. There's one where you can make most people happy, and that's only when they rework all of the classes. Like myself as a Nightblade main. Like, it doesn't matter if they nerf Werewolf. Okay? It doesn't matter if they nerf DK. It doesn't matter if they buff Necro. It doesn't matter if they buff Warden. I'm still not gonna have fun on Nightblade. As long as Nightblade is dog shit. I'm still not gonna have fun on it. Until they make Cloak sustainable and the class fun to play again, I'm not gonna have fun on it. It doesn't matter if they make everything else dog shit. I'm still not gonna like Nightblade, because maybe like then if everything else is shit, you can like 1v1 everything on Nightblade, but you will still die when you have a few people on you, because you can't kill all of them before you run out of resources, because you simply cannot sustain cloaking. Having no sustain is the most fucking miserable feeling that's ever existed. But yeah, I'm not gonna do a PG. I'll just test something I saw on a YouTube short. Hey Ducky, how you doing? So there's apparently a thing you can do with Skull and Magical Blast Bones and Corpse Burster. I think you may need the Automorph of Siphon, but I'll test it. Is a play count gone down significantly? I used to see 200k plus concurrent. That's only 150k. Where do you see these numbers? Steam has like 10,000. Or something like that. Oh, I don't know about that website. Don't think it's accurate. Like how are they coming up with these numbers? According to this, Roblox has 40 million, and Path of Exile is apparently an MMO like now. No. I don't think there's an accurate one because they don't give out that info. Hey Yusa, how you doing? Hello. So we changed this to Gravelords. Let's try with the Magic Tether first. So apparently from what I understood, you can get in combat. So every time you get the proc score, you do Tether. No, you still have to cast a score, so it doesn't work with the Magic Tether at least. That did nothing. Hey Sargon, how you doing? Do you think Argos is good for Necro in PvP? Not really, unless you play in a ball group or organized group. I think Argos is more of a group set. Not so much a like solo one, depends on the context. It's not level, but can still test. So you need that, and now every time I cast this, there should be a tether you can use. Is that the case? No. No, it's not. Okay, so it doesn't work. I wonder why... Maybe if you have multiple targets. If you have multiple targets when you have the Magical Blast Bones, then you have like 3 corpses or something. I'll test it again on more target dummies. Just move this one, for example. Come here, Ogrim. So I'll get to the bottom of this. We have the Magical Blast Bones active, so I do that. And it still doesn't work. Okay, maybe they fixed it, I don't know. Poke yourself with pocket by yourself with Graveyards. You can, yes, but it's not worth it. Damage is not that amazing, and it depends, like it's way easier to get than having it every 20 seconds. You can also do that as Sork, by the way, with Liquid Lightning, which hits harder than the Necro Boneyard. Still nice for group though, because everyone benefits from the pen, not just yourself. Anyway, back to Arcanist. no problem. Should be dev, so simple, yet the people at SOS can't come up with it. I mean, they have the suggestion thing at least. I can maybe post there, because if I post on forums or Reddit, I get banned. So I can't actually post there anymore. But I can post on the suggestion thing. And maybe they can read those.
I do what I can for those who wash ashore with nothing but their lives.
I was turning the BG quest. Also, how much left? 97 days. Could be enough. Not really grinding this super fast. Just taking my time with it. Be enough with the event. Yeah, there's also this Yordle event. Police gonna max it out during that. That is true. Do I have Otsogas? I actually don't have Otsogas and I have 6 minutes left on the food. Might have to decline this one. Unfortunately. Unless I have some in bank. No. I'll just get it from the other character. 98 has 200k Delvar. Yeah, there's some really good rewards. Some of the skill stars are also pretty cool. We might actually have to have some use for the puncture one if they nerf LSS. Possibly. It's major and minor breeds, so maybe some classes benefit a lot from that. And the style looks pretty cool. It's kind of a DK style though, and DK always use disintegrating. If we look at the community input, what people have posted so far. It's time for some depression. When you see what people actually upvote. Link collectibles to outfit slots. Allow deconstruction of mythic items. Make accidentally leaving a guild impossible. Like, of all the things... Of all the important things... Which ones get the most upvotes? Linking collectibles. This is why I'm a little bit worried about this feature as well. Is that you're just not gonna really, like, most people just don't care about PvP, and the ones who care about PvP, they already quit the game. Or they're not looking at ESO enough to know about this feature to upvote there. That's also a little bit worrisome. So if I make a post here, is anyone gonna upvote it? I don't know. There's 0 posts about PvP. Then again, like, they might not have approved the post yet. Because there's only 11. But I'll make one later and just post it there. Hey, Strapsels, how you doing? Submit a post but didn't get approved yet. Okay, so these are probably like the ones they put there beforehand. Revert subclassing. They're gonna do that already with the class masteries though. Wait, why did I queue? I just need to bank the old sorghum. Maybe the crown bots as well. I'll keep them. What's your second, third, and fourth skill at on back bar on the Arkham? Second one is the armor buff. You don't ask me to name the name of the skill, so I can't remember. I'll show it in a moment. Third one is the rune guard of still waters. Fourth one, impervious rune ward. What's the armor buff called? It's called the armor buff. Oh, Cruxweaver. Cruxweaver. That's the name. Always Cruxweaver. Player on damage shields, you can block damage down to damage shields. We have a CP 141 in team. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about this build yet. Maybe it's playable if you, like, don't take 1v4 or 1v5, even if they're beaming and sniping and stuff like that. Like, maybe it's playable if you just position right and whatnot. One of the, like, the bad PG didn't record. But, MS seems alright. You know the previous builds too. It wasn't good here, but this was a different build. Oh, they have Ollivander. We have we're missing one person. Upsop is 1.5k. Is the BTS up? 1.5k is not a lot. If BTS is up, we can hop on BTS after this. It's a negate. To do with that. It's like here, for example, can I handle 4 people? Not sure. You know, that's like the whole team. So maybe use disengage here, use the bubble. More of a defensive tool rather than offensive. You have the bubble here, but now they're not chasing anymore. What the fuck? How does that not land? Scanned. Absolutely scanned. Another negate, unfortunately. Bubble value, but I have no stun. We have a bot there, we can also do heavies. Should have a bubble here. You can build the bubble relatively fast. Like here, can I tank this? We have to play defense. Well, I think we can tank 2 people. 3 is maybe too much. Have to spam the rune bot there to survive. Maybe cast it one more time, outrange the DK. Block the Rush of Agony there. We have a pop in 2 seconds. And bubble. But I'm out of stam there. I have to cast Rune Ward even though I have the bubble. Because I just can't survive that. I have to rebuff here. Get the stamina back. Go for the DK here perhaps. And expects that Elesis would cost way too much magic up there. Kill the DK here. It's kinda struggling. Go pot here. Plant the Tentacle. Dude, you're a DK. You're not allowed to run from an Arcanist. It's out of stam somehow. Another one, of course. Of course. And why do we lose? Because I don't have sustain. I don't have stamina there to actually pressure the DK for more than a few seconds. And then you get outnumbered and you die. So what is the problem again? Not having sustain. Let's nerf sustain on other things that are actually fun to play. So that everything can feel like this to play. What a great idea. What a fucking amazing idea. I don't get the fucking Zos sometimes. Let's make everything feel fucking dog shit. Oh, out of stam, how surprising. I have to do fucking heavy attacks here. Like, this is just fucking terrible, man. Just a fucking terrible feeling. Like, what can you do about that? I have already fucking Serpent Mundus and Bloodspawn and Oathsorga and like, again, all of that, and it's just not enough. Or maybe I have Ultramodus, maybe we do Serpent. High elf be better than Wood Elf for this build? No, you want to be a stam race in case of Arcanist, because that way you spread out your ability costs between stamina and magicka, rather than only magicka, which is not sustainable. It always comes down to sustain on Arca. Sustain is always bad. Well, not just Arca, but a lot of classes. Can't rebuild the Nightblade there. Out of stam. Let's see it, I'm dead. I just fucking hate not having sustain. I fucking hate it. I hate it more than anything else in this game. It's running out of fucking sustain every fucking time. Oh, I don't have stamina, so I can't actually kill these people. There's a bot there. I don't have stamina, so I can't stay here, because I can't block after the shield breaks. I don't have the stamina for that. We can only kill this one guy who's outnumbered, instead of having actually fun in this game. The only thing we can do. This is what it causes when you have a game where, like, you don't have sustain on half the classes. Oh, and out of stam. I guess we go back to heavy attacks. With the bubble. I don't know if I can stay here though. Sick of it. Thank you for the Twitch Prime. Thank you. Much appreciated. Take the bubble here. The bubble might not be enough. Nope. Let's get Zerg down there. Fun. So fun. And then some complete fucking bots. When I could be on Werewolf and I could be Never Dying. I could be like Ollivander here on a Sork, go 26-0. But no, let's play an Arcanist that just runs out of fucking resources in 2 seconds. Let's play some fucking dog shit fucking garbage class that just feels fucking miserable to play. Instead of playing a fun one. And let's nerf all the fun classes. Because that makes so much sense. Let's make everything feel like fucking dog shit. Rest in peace, Stroken. Yeah. Just pointless, man. Just pointless. And no stamina to block that even. Bubble, I guess. Oh, negate. Like, what is this obsession of, like, not having any sustain on anything? On other classes, like, why? Why does that have to be a thing? Like, I'm already sacrificing a fuck ton of damage just to play this. Just to try to play this. Just pisses me off. Bubble's gonna break, so I actually need to heal up there. Oh, there's a werewolf. So I can't stay there. Out of stam, if I get CC'd there, I die. I don't know how to solve that, that's just fucking annoying. Like, how am I supposed to fix that issue? Actually, I have an idea. I'm gonna try Rune Guard. Or not Rune Guard, but the magical costing one with lifesteal. I'm gonna drop the LSS. Gonna get a cost anyway, won't be sustainable. So might as well just start adapting already, right? And we spam that when we don't have stamina, right? That should help. Some damage reduction too. Blood slaughter. Bubble? Okay, it's just over. Damage fine. Everything else terrible. Everything else is fucking terrible. How people can best build with Arcanist if they miss sustain with regular builds? They can't. That build cannot sustain either. It's not good. Bascanist, Trascanist. Just like Basco, Trasco. It is nothing. Unless you're talking about like 1v1 duels. Very different kind of situation. Kevin, how you doing? Like, this is what I give up for sustain at the moment. I have Atromundus, I have Smoked Bear Hounds, I have Stam Regen from the Bloodspawn, double Mac Regen from the Yorwolves, and still feels terrible. even with the Arca regen passive and the Soldier of Apocrypha skill slot, I have close to 3k regens on this. Just feels bad. I'm gonna try that. I'll probably lose a lot of damage. Most of that is LSS, 21%.
Do that. The Ivory Brigade has need of you.
Cost too much on Arca, it costs like 2900 like Vigor. I mean, this is a burst hill. Yeah, same as Rally. Kind of basic burst hill cost. But should it be cheaper as an exception? Yeah, I think so. It's not that amazing of an ability. Also, minor heroism is 17% uptime. I don't know if I should be running that. Even with the decisive. So maybe kill them off. Crossing weapon is OP now. It's only weapon abilities, but it's still probably pretty good. It's gonna buff things like Onslaught and like Wrecking Blow and Smash is a weapon ability. You could do Crushing Shock into Toxic Barrage to buff the Bolty, for example. Major Bleeds without LSS from Blur. You might want to go Onslaught then, and just not have it. If LSS has to be dropped. So the build is gonna shift towards that a little bit. Oh, it is, yes. We could go BTS. I kind of want to test this Runic Embrace thing, though. Just one more test. What do you get when you level it? Just a slightly bigger heal. There's also a heal on it. 3.5k damage, less than Rune Blades, but it is doing some damage. Oh, there's no pen, though. I think we still do the lifesteal. And minor maim. It doesn't matter, we don't have the shield, we still have the minor maim from that. Gonna be missing the vulnerability though. Unless it procs from the spattering. Nah, I don't know. I think we lose too much damage though. Without LSS. But we could try the Conti, I guess. How much is the Dazing Soul? 4%. 4% and 3.3. Yeah, the nerf Dragon, it's very bad now. Let's see how they melt it. PP meta situations are the worst of all ESO history. No, not even close. Not even close. Would high elf read that? No high elf. Always want to beast them. Imperial is not gonna make a difference. You get cost reductions, but you also lose the wood elf. First of all, move speed, and second of all, the stem regen. You're still gonna lack sustain after that. Like, max sustain is not as much of an issue. I have a question about your last sorcerer PP build. In the second bar you chose Watersun Perfect Ice stuff. Can I use the Perfect Lightning stuff instead, or has to be the ice one? Has to be the ice one. Lightning is not good on back bar. One of the main reasons for ice stuff is that you can do the really good heavy attacks that give you a damage shield. And you also get more block mitigation, it's your defensive bar. So you want to be able to just block and heal when necessary. You can't really do that with lightning. And the heavies are terrible. It's lightning heavy. You can't even like line that up from behind line of sight. It has to be channeled. Denied, how you doing? Between Arc subclass, Stormcalling Ardent, Soul of Apocrypha, and just Pure Arcanist, which would be preferable? Pure Arcanist. Subclassing is not good on anything at the moment. Every class, even Nightblade, is better off without subclassing. Like you actually get really good class masteries on Arcanist as well. 15% damage, and you get free major vitality at all times. Plus minor coverage on targets and lots of voltage and... Impy Weapon is now sequence on the proc part too. Ooh, wait, that's even bigger buff than the extra damage done. Yeah, that skill is might be worth running now. It's definitely worth running, I think. Days of worse PvP time? Oh yes, previous patch. And the patch before that, subclass era was terrible. Subclass era, everyone was running Assassination, Restoring Light or Stormcalling, and Animal Companions. That'd be the build you saw as often as DKs right now. Except it wasn't really a class, it wasn't really a build, it was just a circus clown. There's no identity in that whatsoever. Already out of stun. It's fucking crazy. I think that a damage spell perhaps? How did that not land? Okay, still died, but... And out of stun, so I can't stay there. I couldn't do this next patch because the LS is gonna be too expensive. No, and we die because of that. Great. Amazing. Oh, there's some clowns in the opponent team. Didn't even notice. Was back to get farmed. Apparently. To spam rune water even if the bubble is stupid, man. Just fucking stupid. The moment you have a few people on you, Arca is suddenly unplayable. It's not fun having no resource. I don't understand. Like why can't people see that? Like that is the thing that's making the game fucking terrible. Just having no resources ever to actually do anything. On every class, every build, that's always the biggest fucking problem, basically. Where's the tentacle there? I'll take them. That missed, I think. Good. Why the pillar dance? No, let's go Tech 4 instead. Oh wait, no, there's someone else. I think my speedy sigil ran out there. I'm gonna kill this guy because he ran back in like pillar dances and then runs back in when I have people on me. We have to repos here though. Have no sustain as usual. Bubble. Have the whole beach here after me.
They have seized the point. We have taken the point.
And no stam, so what can you do? I don't wanna play this fucking build anymore. This is the last PG I ever play on this. I guess we do Roxa Breast and just used everything into sustain, I guess. It's the only fucking way to play this class. If you want to have any fucking fun on it. It's just that fucking garbage. Monster Sound did. Okay, I'll complete this after this. I don't wanna play this. I don't like builds that just feel like this to play basically. Maybe there could be a way to make the room plates cost magic on the front or something, but I think the magic cost in room plates are giga expensive, right? From what I remember. Like even more so than the stamina ones. Got the ulti here, I guess.
We have secured the point.
Garbage PG. Actual garbage PG. It's a werewolf Bloodhunter stacks. Oh, it's a werewolf monster set. Absorb heal potion is 11k on self. Is it the debuff you mean? 1.5k on MA, that's crazy. Damage situation looks miserable, everything looks miserable. You can do the, like, you can do ice stuff back, but then you struggle with Magicka. Instead of the sword and board, for example. Like, you always struggle on Arcanist. Just fucking trash. Actual fucking trash. Not because of the damage or the durability, but because of the sustain. How are you supposed to sustain on that? Roxa makes no difference. You have to do like Roxa and Red's Vitality. And Atromundus. Or cost reduction on Juvory or some shit like that. Just drop even more damage, why not? Why not? What an amazing class. Like, if every class was like that in ESO, if I couldn't hop on my Werewolf, if I couldn't hop on my Dick, I would just uninstall. I don't have fun playing that. That is zero fun. Like, you struggle to kill people, you would kill in 2 seconds on a Werewolf, or a Decay, or a Stamsork, or a Maxork. And not because of the damage. Not because of this raw ability, because of the sustain. It's like that on Warden too. It's the same on Warden, it's this even worse on Nightblade. Like only a few privileged classes have the, and builds have the right to have fun. Okay, let's make a new character. Which class though? I mean, Nightblade, I have to test some Nightblade things. Make it the Imperial. Remove the resource refund. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. You're gonna land it in 6 seconds. It was there because you very often couldn't land it. So you'd rebuff and maybe you had to heal instead of going for the combo wombo and then just lose resources. If you didn't have the return thing. Also, if I do the stem cost reductions, I might as well just at that point I might as well just change the 5-piece to disdain or something, or maybe I keep the pure wolves. Don't know. Almost at PV only. Why? Why? PV only sunset. Like all of this stuff is really not making me more enthusiastic about the future of this game. Like, you just cater to like whoever cries the loudest on the forums and add more PV items to the game. That's not good. That is not good. Wait, why did I change that? I don't care about that. Play the bar. What else do I need to change? The double timer bars need to be turned off. Okay, buffs are on the wrong place, but gonna fix that later. Do we have the is the new consumables? There's the new alchemy mats. Skill stars. Take a look at those. And outfit styles, I guess. What did I just get? Wasn't it Abbasian something? Shock the Legend, thank you for the follow. Thank you. Okay, these are the new mod sets. We have weapon spell damage, deal damage with a class or werewolf ability. Deals 1700 bleed damage to enemies within 8 meters of the target. How is that? Enemies immune to fear are afflicted with major coverage for 4 seconds instead. Immune to fear specifically. Okay, so it can't be wait, that's the difference. It's scrolled down. 10% of the damage done is restored to your stamina. That can occur once every 10 seconds. If your werewolf gain 15 fury and 1 blood hunger set when the set activates, it's 10 second cooldown. I mean, it's probably good. It's probably a good set, but it depends on the tooltip. What's the tooltip on? Let's look at like Savage Werewolf, for example. It's like 5 to 6% damage. Does proc every weave though. What about Gore-Thief? We have no gear on at the moment. It's 4.8k. It's half of Gore-Thief every 10 seconds. I guess you could also compare that to the 1000 Eyes set. Only similar damage. 2400. Oh, it's less than that. Okay, that's not good then. Just way too low damage. Like, yes, you get some stam back, but what is 10% of 10% of like, let's say 3k damage every 10 seconds? 300 every 10 seconds. How much is that in terms of stam region? 60 region. Yeah, it's not a lot of stam. It is AoE, but you don't have control on when this procs. So yeah, I don't think this set is good. I mean, maybe the Fury gen, but you need 1000 Fury to get the Rampage. And the free abilities. I don't know if it's worth dropping a 5-piece set. Because right now you'd have the Savage Werewolf and Gore-Thief. So, not sure about that. Okay, sustain still impossible. You have fucking 2500, blocks you magical regen. Yep, they didn't change any of that. But the path, instead of race against time, is interesting. Opens up the blind, as Amos said. It still uncloaks you, Zos. You couldn't even... It still uncloaks you. Like, are you fucking kidding me? You were supposed to be able to cast this while invis. And this still uncloaks you as well. So, what was the point of all of these patch notes? Everything is the same except things are nerfed instead. Because rally doesn't work anymore, right? Wow. I guess the heal is also gonna uncloak here. No, it doesn't, even though it's... Oh, never mind. It doesn't when you buff up, it does when you heal with it. So that's just a nerf. The damage, you can't place it while invisible, even though it doesn't do any direct damage. Refreshing Bat doesn't do any direct healing, but it uncloaks you. And any alternative you might use, like Shoot Offering, is probably also gonna uncloak you, right? Oh, yeah. Okay, so they used Nerf Nightblade. Because it wasn't bad enough in PvP, you just made it even worse. What are they doing? Like, what the fuck are they doing? What the actual fuck are they doing? They didn't stealth change any of the class masteries. These are all dog shit still. So Nightblade is literally just worse than before. Like, are we even playing the same game as the developers? So what is possible to cast in this now? They made Death Stance impossible, they made Rally impossible. All the Nightblade abilities remain impossible to cast. Except maybe Blur or Phantasma Escape, unless they made this one uncloak you as well. No, okay, so you can cast that still. Too bad it doesn't give you Expedition, so it's kinda useless. You might as well cast it outside of cloak, it doesn't fucking matter at all. Like, all of these will uncloak you. Let's try the Debilitate. Like this, I can already tell it's gonna uncloak you. In this Siphoning, this didn't uncloak you before, but maybe they nerfed that too. Okay, you can still cast it, and unfortunately you still have to cast it. You have to spam this until you literally die, because you have 0 sustain. Like on almost fucking everything in this game. Okay, if that hits a target, it uncloaks. So in combat, things work the same. That uncloaks when you teleport. Like they completely dropped the ball with this update. This update is just taking the game backwards again. If it goes live like this, they just make things worse. Like besides the visual effects thing, everything is bad. Like when you cast this, it uncloaks you. Not even when it lands, but when you fucking cast it. Look, now it lands, and you uncloak before that. Completely different to how it read on the patch notes. Like, is this some kind of fucking joke? They're just trying to piss me off on purpose. At this point. Like, how are you nerfing the worst class in the game? What a joke. What an actual fucking joke. Oh, so this one is Deathbot now, so it says on the tooltip. Stealth detection by 35 meters, up from 12 meters. So anyone has access to 24/7 uptime Deathbots. Because Nightblade OP. Probably can't cast Vigor, it's not a direct heal, but... yeah, that uncloaks you. Even though it shouldn't. It absolutely fucking shouldn't. Shoot Offering shouldn't. Hey, Godici, what do you think about LSS getting mad cost next patch? Terrible change. Actually terrible change. You already struggle with sustain on almost every class in the game, and now you're gonna struggle more. Sustain is the biggest thing that makes things unfun to play in ESO. And they make things harder to sustain. So you have to build for 0 damage, you have to do Wret's Vitality and Rock Sound, like half the fucking builds out there. In order to do anything. This was also something you could do in like downtime when you are like in a BG and there's a fight, you don't want to engage because it's a bad time, but you also can't be casting any other abilities because you run out of magic or stamina. You can always do LSS, it gives you some APM to do when there's nothing else. Otherwise, like, what are you doing? You're spamming light attacks like a noob. But it's gonna be the preferable way to play after the change. Because you can't do this. If you do this, you just run out of magicka. You just run out of magicka and then what? Do you spam light attacks like this? Oh, I'm new to this game, by the way. I just started playing yesterday. Look at my gameplay. That's gonna be the like how people play when you don't have things like LSS, when you don't have sustain on classes. You can have fucking 30,000 hours in this game and look like you had 30 hours instead. It's fucking terrible. I don't know what they're thinking. They were supposed to fix or change the invis as well, so that you could use abilities without losing it. And what do we get instead? Everything uncloaks you now. Everything. They didn't fix sustain on any of the other classes, they nerfed sustain to the ground on Werewolf. This patch is a good contender for the worst patch with subclassing one. Based on everything I've seen so far. And this one is a PvE set, because why not add another, only when you don't have Battle Spirit set to the game. Taking Dark Damage causes your attacker to cover in fear for 2 seconds. So why can't we have this in PvP? We already have Soul. Enemies immune to fear are afflicted with major coverage for 4 seconds. If we have Soul, why not have this one? What is too bad about this? So many years don't get why they're doing such ridiculous changes. I don't get it either. Maybe they don't have developers anymore to make good changes. They fired all the good devs. And now they have people who have no fucking idea what they're doing. Can you cast this while invis? No, that did... you detected after that? Nope, that uncloaks you. So it's the same with sneaking as well. Everything still just removes you from stealth. Crossing weapon is gonna buff snipe. Yeah. So bow builds could be the best beneficiaries of the imbue weapon. Like this one good change. This and the VFX settings. But what is there to be hyped about? They just make the game worse in the next patch. Good job, Sos. Good fucking job. Damage done with weapon attack, so that should, oops. Should buff the snipe tulip 5k. Wait, how many seconds is it? Also, Major Priest is 6 seconds up from 5 seconds. Those buff the duration of that. And it's light or heavy attack, how did no one point that out yet? It was only light attacks before. It's one of the main reasons why Crystal Weapon is so much better. Now you can do Crystal Weapon into medium with the Brock Master Lock or Waterstand 2/8 or like so many other sets in the game. Or you can do Crystal Weapon into bow heavy attack, because that also gets buffed. With Antelmir, for example. Yeah, it's also heavy attack now. It's actually longer duration than Crystal Weapon, right? Crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. I can't see it here, but I think Crystal Weapon's 5 seconds, right? Let's see, 4.8. Buff should be out, 4.8. 5.2. New LSS, yeah, just nerf one thing to the ground and add another one that's just gonna add to the amount of one-shots in this game. Add to the amount of gank builds. How's Blade looking? Like dog shit. They nerfed Nightblade further. If you can believe that. I'll show you how. If you heal with Rally, uncloaks you now. If you cast the Death Stance, uncloaks you. It doesn't do that on live. If you cast the Refreshing Bat, still uncloaks you. If you cast the Cloak into Offering, still uncloaks you. You have to cast Cloak again after every time, wait out this annoying clunky global cooldown before you can Cloak. It feels terrible. Based on the patch notes, it was supposed to be that you can cloak and use these buffs without uncloaking. But instead they just made things that didn't uncloak you previously uncloak you. Just make it make sense. Does Race Against Time also uncloak you now? Yikes indeed. Okay, Race Against Time doesn't uncloak you, but... Still have to run that. You can't run Path if it uncloaks you like this. Like, which one would you run in PvP? This one that just makes you visible right after? Or this one that gives you more damage and actually keeps you invisible? I think I would go with this one. Or with the Race Against Time. They were supposed to make it so that you can use the other things, but no. Was in the patch notes, but nope. Things still uncloak you on cast, not when they land as well. Do the new outfit styles look cool at least? This is probably from the event, you probably get the style pages. There's no new sets in the next event, by the way. I think. Didn't add any. Yeah, soldiers are alright. That's pretty cool. Used to run the skill instead of Ele Weapon on Maxrock, convert Magicka from Merstam years ago. Wait, what do you mean convert Magicka? You mean Dark conversion? I wonder if you can cast this. No. So literally everything uncloaks you. Valve addressed on PTS see some cost increase on skills, scaling still held. It doesn't matter, you can cast 2 abilities and you're out of stem. Valve is gonna be dogshit. No matter how you build it, even if you build it full damage, it's gonna be dogshit because you won't have sustain to survive. You can maybe get like 1 kill and then you're out of stam and out of Magicka and you can't do anything. Because that's how they want this game to be. They want every class, everything used to be unsustainable and terrible. Should I show Werewolf actually? Yeah, let's set up a werewolf real quick. It's easy enough, right? I'll do it in Zork, so I don't have to... I'll even have to sustain from Zork. And I'll show how it runs out of resources in 2 seconds now. And good luck playing a werewolf that is not a Zork, by the way. Because that sustain is somehow even worse. Oops, need to click create. Dakon and crossing weapon for breeds. Yeah, it's been like alright for breeds. I think scribing is better. You get 10 seconds and from Wildsol and can use it as a stun, for example. It's usually been better, but now you can definitely use crossing weapon as well. Wolf was too much of a crutch for bad players. I don't think so. I see a lot of terrible werewolves who die all the time. I think you still need to be good at the game to do well on it. Or at least understand the game. So otherwise, how do you explain all of the like really terrible werewolves? It was on par with DK. Now it's just below DK, below everything probably. Because they don't really think before they make changes. They just listen to the loudest crybabies on the forums and change things based on that. Do you even put points into health? I'm not sure yet. There's no way you can do heavy anymore, by the way. Or 5 heavy, you need to do 5 medium now. It's not gonna be sustainable. I don't think you ever run the new set, the most set. Might have to be like one piece magma now or something. Instead of trainee. Or we keep the trainee, not sure. You know what, I'm gonna even build for sustain. Just to prove a point. Wait, I need jewelry as well, I guess. Go from the light. Light says. Oh, Kultas here. How many seconds until out of resource now? It's bad. This is where Elsa's cost Magicka. If so, how much does it cost right now? Yes, it's like 3k Magicka. The other morph is free. Maybe you run this one. But Elsa's is toxic. Stroke 12, nothing changes. I highly doubt that. Highly doubt that. We need to do the of the like Mundus and stuff, just testing the sustain. Have to use the Magic Morph. The other one, the Minor Magic still. If you save like 3k Magic every time you cast something, that's pretty good value, I would say. Pretty decent value. I will make one change. Actually, 2 changes. You can't do max health anymore. It's just not sustainable. And I think we do Triune as well instead of healthy. So not the exact same build as on live, but some small changes. See if we can adapt. It's gonna be easier to kill, you're gonna have less health. Can be way easier to kill. Less heavy pieces can't do armor pots anymore. Just worse than a DK at this point. I guess Mundus keep lover. Or because you get the pen now, you could maybe change lover to Arthro or something, or Serpent. But you can always turn the Magicka into stamina with the heal, so it's probably better to focus on max sustain. I think this is gonna die to even... not just DKs, but also Sorks and Templar probably as well. That's bad. 37k health down from 48. Didn't change the weapon. My music is a bit messed up. Need to restart the player. At least on my end. Let's change the controls. I think I did. Why is this not leveled? What the fuck? Okay, me. Wow. We can try the unmorphed ones. points into health and you have 37k. It's just a free kill for anyone. It's with Bewitched too. So pathetic. Look at my stamina. You never used to lose stam when playing werewolf. Like you could be doing this and your stam wouldn't go below 100. Now you're losing stam even though you're building more around it than ever before. You're sacrificing a lot of tankiness and damage to get sustain. And you still have like... It's just running out. You have to use a bot there. If you get pressured and you have to dodge soul, hold block, you're just gonna die. You're just gonna die and there's nothing you can do about it. If you don't get one shot, which you will with 37k health. You're gonna have to stop your offense to do burst heal in order to get stamina back. I don't see this working in BGs. Just don't see it working anymore. This can be some Arcanist tier fucking class or build. It's just depressing. I'm just gonna go get some food. I'll raid someone. Then I might have to look at other things to stream at this rate. Hey Eric, how you doing? Beard in thumbnail, great beard, thank you. On BTS right now, just testing stuff. Not too great changes this time around, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Gonna end the stream here though. I read Kamul yesterday. We could trade Xyz is streaming. I was in regards to Xyz. Thanks for hanging out. Sorry for the somewhat negative vibes today. I'll try to figure something for the Arcanist. Some miracle. I'll try to cook something up, make it playable, and be back tomorrow, I guess. Yeah, enjoy Xyz stream. Also, socials, website, YouTube, Discord, Twitter, Kick, link there. Back to Osiris. Oof, that it's a great game, but not sure if it's the right thing for me to stream for obvious reasons. But anyway, see you next time. Bye.